All right, I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes. We're back. And we are calling case calendar number 99-23-Z. This is 3144 North Levitt. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get
Chairman, isn't that both 99 and 100?
Oh, you know what? It's actually three of them.
And 101.
Yeah, it's three. Yeah. So let me say that again. Calling calendar numbers 99-23-Z, 100-23-Z, and 101-23-Z. This is 3144 North Levitt. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. It's *9 to raise your hand if you're on the phone. Thank you for catching that, Commissioner Toya.
That's what I'm here for. Teamwork.
Teamwork. Okay. Right. Let's see here. Do we have Counselor Moore? I just saw him. I don't know what happened. He must be coming. He'll come back.
He dropped off, Chairman. He was here.
Yeah, I saw him. He's probably coming right back. We've got a few with Counselor Moore, so I want to give him at least a little bit of time to hopefully come back.
Okay. I don't know if we're still muted or not.
Well, it would have
Yeah. I don't know what happened to Counselor Moore.
We just talked to him on the phone. He said he's trying to get back in.
Okay.
I just saw him 30 seconds ago.
Yes, as did I.
So I think he's having some technical difficulties.
We'll give him one more minute. Otherwise, we're going to have to pass his cases and move on.
Oh, no.
we've been here since 9 o'clock. We can't pass.
You're You're preaching to the choir.
Yeah, I know. I feel for you guys. You got to stay the rest.
Here we go.
He's on.
Yay.
All right.
There we go. Counselor Moore.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Excellent.
I don't
Okay.
know what's going on here.
Well, it's working now. So
Hello,
can you hear us?
are you on?
Can you hear us, Counselor? Uh-oh.
Hello, can you hear me? No,
We can
Yes,
hear
I can
you.
can you hear me?
Yes. Can you
I
hear
can't
us?
hear you.
Oh.
Hey, are you on?
No, I'm watching just the video, but they can hear you.
They can hear me, but I can't hear them.
Yeah.
Why?
Are your speakers on?
Huh? Yeah. I was on before.
It should be working. Do you want to try to log in on my computer?
Yeah, if you can. I have to send it to you.
Want to use
Yeah,
your
I'm
phone?
going to show him a banner, but that's okay.
Okay.
We can hear you. Please check your computer speakers. Side by side. Okay.
Right.
There's a full screen. Exit. Okay, I'm going to on the deck. On the deck. SP.
Can you hear us now, Councilor Moore?
He can't hear us.
He's probably switching seats. Okay.
Should I get him on the phone?
Let's see. I think he may be switching to a different computer.
Someone from his next cases down raised a hand. So I'm promoting them. Maybe they're in his office.
Oh,
Oh my God.
we can use our phone, and you can just hear it through our speakers over the phone. I don't know if they can hear us.
Make sure they go up to there.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear
Yeah.
you. Just
Yeah, that's. I mean,
If you have his number, if you can ask him to call in and we see his picture, he can.
yeah. I don't know if we'll get feedback, but
If he keeps his computer speakers and microphone muted. Oh, here he is. Okay.
he's here again. Let's see if this works.
he's scrambling.
Councilor Moore, can you hear us now?
We can't hear you now. We can't hear you. It's the comedy of errors.
I need that dispensary. I need that dispensary.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, man.
I know.
We can hear you now, Councilor Moore. Can you hear us?
No, we can't.
We heard you for a moment.
No, I think we were listening to the Walshes.
Yeah, that was us. Sorry.
No, we cannot hear you. I think he's gonna
Maybe
call in.
just do it by telephone.
I think that's what he's gonna do.
Okay. Sorry. Just been that kind of day, huh?
Yeah. Sometimes this is how it goes.
Yeah. We were warned that was possible. This is our first time through this. So
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes. Hi. Your case
Can
is
you guys
not
hear me?
up yet. Yes, we can. Your case is not up yet. There's two cases.
I know. Tom is they just wanted me to let you know. No, I know. They just wanted me to let you know that he's trying to log back in.
Yeah, we can see him. We can see he's trying.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
All right, we'll see you soon.
well, there it is. I hope you didn't have dinner plans for tonight.
Councilor Moore, if you're on the phone, please press *6 on your phone to unmute.
Yeah. Mhm.
This isn't funny.
I know.
Oh, we can hear
What's
you
going
now.
on?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
846 747 747 5718. Fuck.
Oh. He missed the 2.
This is not going to be funny if you have to do this another time.
Yeah.
Chairman, if you want to go to the next case, let me try
Yeah, I
calling
think
him.
we're
I
gonna-
have a
we're
phone
gonna-
number here.
We're gonna have to. Well, look, we'll come back, but we're gonna take the next case.
Okay.
We'll come back to you after. I'll check in after we do this next case.
Okay, we'll be right here, I promise.
Okay, all right. So we are calling. This is now we're gonna move. We're gonna skip Tom's cases and go to 106-23-Z and 107-23-Z. This is 3452 West Walnut Street. If you're here in support or objection of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. It's *9 to raise your hand if you are on the phone. Okay, I can see we have Councilor Pleka. Can you hear me, Councilor?
Yes, I can. Hopefully you
Oh,
can
great,
hear
and
me
we can hear
too.
you. Oh, yes. All right. Okay, what, 2 witnesses for this one?
I should have 2 witnesses, yes, Arturo Vargas and Eugene Mikula.
Okay, let me see. I see Arturo. I'm not seeing Eugene.
He was connecting via phone.
Okay.
He was logged in before, so
Do you know what it's *9 to raise your hand if you're on the phone and *6 to unmute. Do you know what his number ends in?
Yes, let me give you 2945.
That number is not here.
Yeah.
Let's just, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, I know how tired you all are. Let's just start and maybe he'll log in. And I mean, this is a very straightforward case. So let's see if
Okay.
I can make some sense of it
All right.
for you.
All right, let me swear. Arturo, could you state your name and address, please?
Arturo Vargas, 2714 West Maypole Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60612.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Counselor Pleka, you have no objectors, so you can proceed with this short form.
Sounds good. So for the record, good evening, everyone, Mr. Chairman, commissioners. I really need to say this again. Thank you for your public service. I admire you immensely. You guys are wonderful. And thank you for your patience with all of us coming here and just trying to do our best, but sometimes just things get out of hand. So we thank you, thank you, thank you.
You know, I debated taking a break before the cannabis dispensary and thought, no, I'll just go through it. I think the board's going to kill me now. But go ahead.
I'm truly sorry about that. For the record, my name is Agnes Pleka. I'm an attorney with law firm of Jaffe & Berlin, located at 111 West Washington, Chicago. I represent the applicant and the owner of the property, Vargas Properties LLC, and I have Arturo with me today on behalf of the ownership and the applicant. Eugene Mikula was supposed to be on the call. He was on the call for the entire time. I don't know why we lost him. He's the architect for the project.
I think he's back. Is he 2945, you said?
Yes, he is.
Okay, I'm gonna, okay. I think we got him. Eugene, are you here now?
Yeah.
Eugene?
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent.
Yes, you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you state your name and address, please?
Eugene Mikula, 6007 North Sheridan Road, Chicago, 60660.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yeah, I do.
Thank you. All right, you can proceed, Counselor.
Thank you, sir. So just a short overview. This is an existing building, 100-year-old residential building with 3 existing dwelling units, including the basement unit. And as you can see from the pictures that we submitted, the building is in a really poor condition. Arturo has bought it recently, and he is trying to save this building, rehab it inside out. In the course of the permitting, it just appeared that the basement unit did not have proper permits, was never established with proper permits, even though this is a very old existing unit. So today we are here for 2 variations. MLA variation to legalize that existing basement unit, and we have some side setback variation to replace the existing enclosed porch in the rear with an open rear steel porch to provide required second means of ingress and egress. And with that, I'm going to call Eugene as my first witness. Eugene, state your name and address for the record, please, again.
Eugene Mikula, 6007 North Sheridan Road, Chicago, Illinois, 60660.
And your firm prepared plans and permit for this proposed interior rehab, correct?
That's correct.
And the 2 main hardships that we have is, number one, we have a substandard lot. We are 17 feet shorter than the standard lot in the city. Is that true?
That's correct.
And we also have an existing non-conforming building with existing non-conforming side setbacks. So those 2 hardships causes some site planning issues, problems, hardships, and we need those 2 variations in order to legalize the existing conditions and bring the building into current standards of building and fire code. Is that true?
That's correct.
And Eugene, you signed an affidavit which contained all your statements addressing all the criteria for these variations, which we submitted to the board. Is that true?
That's correct, I did.
So if I continue to question you, your testimony will be consistent with your statements contained in your affidavits. Is that true?
It will be correct.
Thank you. And Arturo, please state your name and address for the record.
Arturo Vargas, 2714 West Maypole Avenue, Chicago, 60612.
And you are the manager of Vargas Properties LLC, the owner of the property and the applicant in those two variations. Is that true?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, your lot is 17 feet shorter than standard lot in the city, and it's already improved with a 100-year-old tree flat, which you are trying to rehab and save.
That's correct.
And you actually discussed this project with all your neighbors. They know you in the neighborhood. You are actually in the business of saving old buildings. So they are very happy that you're trying to renovate, rehab, and bring this building into current compliance. Is that true?
Yes, absolutely.
And you actually got 15 letters of support from the neighbors, which we submitted to the board into the evidence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So in your opinion, this proposed rehab and just your idea of saving this building will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood and will not cause any harm to the neighborhood. Is that true?
That's true.
And Arturo, you also submitted an affidavit to the board with your statements as to all the criteria of the variation. Is that true?
Yes, that's true.
So if I continue to question you, will your answers be consistent with the testimony contained in your affidavits?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, sir. So that is all that I have for my witnesses. We are happy to answer any questions, commissioners. Thank you.
Any questions from the board? We have what we need. We will take it under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you hopefully have a not too long of an evening left over. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Okay.
we have
Thank you.
Attorney Moore speaker working now.
Councilor Moore, can you hear us?
Yes, and I'm very, very sorry. It was very stupid. I had a phone call and turned it down to 0, and I had forgotten I had done that. I'm very sorry.
That's all right. Okay, so we are recalling calendar numbers 99-23-Z, 100-23-Z, and 101-23-Z. This is 3144 North Levitt. If you're here in support or objection of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. It's *9 if you are on the phone to raise your hand. Okay, and how many witnesses do you have?
We should have Mr. Blank, his wife, Colleen Walsh, and our architect, Phil Casagrande. 3.
Okay. Phil, did I swear you in today already?
Yes, you did. I had a previous case.
I thought so. Okay. All right. So for the record, Phil Casagrande is already sworn in. Let's swear in the applicants. Kathleen Walsh, if you could unmute. Okay, you're unmuted. And now, Kathleen, if you could state your name and address.
Kathleen Walsh, 1730 West Henderson Street, Chicago, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And Hillard, could you state your name and address, please?
It's Hilliard Blank, 1730 West Henderson Street, Chicago, 60657.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Moore, you have no objectors and you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you very much. Hilliard, you gave the address on Henderson. That's where you currently live and have lived with your family for some years. Is that right?
Correct.
And you bought this kind of down in the heels building that used to be a 4-flat, and with Mr. Casagrande's help, you hope to turn it into a 2-flat. You'd have the upper 2 floors, and you'd have the basement or the bottom floor to be an apartment to rent, or to have your grown children or maybe even future grandchildren to come and stay there. Is that right?
That is what we're thinking, yes.
And because it's a 19th century building, it had a lot of problems to kind of practical difficulties to work out. And also when we sent the plans to the aldermen, they had several changes they wanted regarding, you know, a wood fence versus a brick fence and different things. And we made all of those changes. And if you were able to get these variances, you would be able to bring the new building totally into compliance. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant these variances. And if you continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Casagrande, oh, I'm sorry, Kathleen, is there anything you'd like to add to Hilliard's testimony?
What?
Just we're going to live there.
We're going to live there. That's going to be our home.
Okay. And as a matter of fact, that's how you're not looking at this as a business, or this is purely, you're looking at it as these changes to make it as livable as possible for your home. Is that right?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. We plan to downsize from our house to something a little bit smaller, but still have room for the kids when they come in town to visit.
And Kathleen, you also signed an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria for the board. And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with that. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And Phil, you're an experienced architect who's testified many times before this board, including earlier today. Is that right?
That's correct.
And briefly, will you tell the board a little bit of the practical difficulty or hardships you had in bringing this building into compliance?
Sure, yes. So the existing building is situated immediately on the adjacent alley at a 0 lot line. And so our intention is to utilize some of the attic space, which is, you know, potentially kind of the nicest, charming space in the older building. And so we've done that by adding a dormer on the alley side. And so part of the practical difficulty is that the existing building exceeds the allowable building height as well. So in order to occupy that space, create a more livable space for the building and utilize that space, which by the way was actually an illegal apartment, which looks like it dated back to the post-war World War II era. So in utilizing that space, you know, we were required to seek a zoning variation for the height and then the setback on that side, as well as for a slight increase in the area. And the area of the building, you know, we have a small increase from what the zoning area is that we were able to establish as existing for more than 50 years. There was also an enclosed rear porch that we are eliminating. We're removing that from the building and making the building smaller in that way, although technically we're not able to count that as part of the existing without further proof that it had been there for more than 50 years. If you looked at the building as it exists now, though, I suspect it really was more than 50 years. The siding on the building is aluminum siding. It's kind of continuous from the all sides of the building, including wrapping that rear porch. But in any case, we're making the building smaller by removing that porch. So you're not really increasing the size of the building or by much.
So when you do all of these things, if the board sees fit to grant the variances requested, it will be a totally compliant building. Is that right?
That'll be compliant, with the variations, yes.
Right. And you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant these variances. And if you continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that right?
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, that's our case in chief.
Any questions from the board? We have what we need. We will take it under advisement.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you.
Thank you.
Have a great evening, everyone.
too.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, we hopefully have Andrew.
Yeah, let me, I'm going to call the next case, but let me, if we can get the PowerPoint back up on the Zoom call. Want to make sure we get that up and running. And then we are calling calendar numbers 102-23-Z and 103-23-Z. This is 3254 North Drake Avenue. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted.
So, Mr. Chairman, we would have Andrew and Megan Shibakari and their architect, Victor DeFrazio.
Excellent. And we've got the PowerPoint back up, so that's great. Okay. Andrew, can you state your name and address?
Andrew Sabateri, 3254 North Drake, Chicago, Illinois, 60618.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
And let me see here. I think, do we have Megan?
Megan's
yes, I'm here as well.
There she is.
Can you state your name and address, please?
Megan Sabateri, 3254 North Drake, Chicago, 60618.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Victor, can you state your name and address, please? You're muted, Victor.
Here we go. Victor Drapsol, 2123 North Damon, Chicago, Illinois, licensed architect.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Counselor, you have no objectors. You can proceed with the short form.
Thank you very much. Andy, you and your wife bought this building a couple of years ago, is that right?
Yeah, we purchased it in 2017 and been living there ever since.
And you, at the time you purchased it, you got a zoning certificate showing 2 units, is that right?
Correct.
And it turns out way back, this was a store on a little neighborhood store on the bottom with an owner's apartment above, is that right?
Correct.
And it's slab on grade. There's no real basement, maybe a crawl space, but no basement, is that right?
Correct.
And so even though, and so now to better serve your family, you wanted to use the upper 2 floors as your apartment and have the ground floor that used to be the store as a rental apartment to help you with taxes, et cetera. Is that right?
Correct.
And when you went to get a permit to do that, even though you had gotten a zoning certificate when you bought the place, they said, well, the storefront was never properly changed into a residential apartment. Is that right?
Correct.
So part of what you're doing now is making this a legal 2-flat and legitimizing what was already there. Is that right?
Correct.
And when it's your understanding and your object to, when this is fully done, to have a fully compliant 2-flat building that you can raise your family in. Is that right?
Correct.
And you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant these variances. And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that right?
Correct.
And Megan, you've heard what Andy just said. Can you add anything to that?
Nope, everything sounds pretty accurate.
Okay. And then Victor, you undertook to build out the attic to make this a living, the upper 2 floors, a living home for your clients here, the Chibutaris, is that right?
That is correct.
And that's when you found that there were other issues that you had to correct, including kind of legitimizing the ground floor unit, is that right?
That is true.
And if you were to, if the board sees fit to grant these variances, the building will be in full compliance after it's built out, is that right?
Yes, that is true.
And if you and I worked out an affidavit addressing all the criteria necessary for the board to grant these variances, and if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with it, is that right?
Yes, I would.
Mr. Chairman, that's basically our case in chief.
Any questions from the board? Okay, we'll take it under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is calendar number 104-23-S. This is 1820 North Wells. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted.
So, Mr. Chairman, we would have Patricia Monroe and Joe Ryan.
Okay, Patricia, can you unmute and then state your name and address?
Patricia Monroe.
We're getting a lot of feedback. I don't know if you're watching the live feed or if you're next to Elliot on 2 separate devices. It's causing interference.
Okay, turn this one off.
Okay, all right, Patricia. All right, Elliot, go ahead and unmute.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Good, sorry for that.
That's okay, that's okay. Can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Elliot Monroe and 1820 Wells.
606 Porter Street, Lamont, Illinois, 60439.
Got it.
Okay, first I'm talking to Elliot. Elliot, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and now Patricia, same question. Can you state your name and address, please?
Patricia Monroe, 606 Porter Street, Lamont, Illinois, 60439.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Joe Ryan has already been sworn and his expertise has been recognized.
Thank you, Chairman.
You read the, hold on, do we have, Jack Zhu, are you here in support or objection of this matter?
Neither. I just wanted to confirm that the application was for a hair salon only. I've spoken with Mr. Moore on this issue last month when the notices went out, and he said that it was an error that it was listed as a hair and nail salon. I would be an objector if it was a nail salon, and I believe he said that it was a hair salon only, and that was a application mistake, but the agenda today is still listed as a hair and nail salon.
And I will have Ms. Monroe state.
Because the recommendation also says that as well.
So we'll, as to any nail salon, we'll withdraw that request, and Ms. Monroe will testify that she does not do nails.
Okay, all right. First, let me read. I'll read the recommendation of the Department of Planning and Development. This is the recommendation for calendar number 104-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair and nail salon. But as Councilor Moore just stated, you're withdrawing any request for a nail salon. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so we'll amend the agenda on the record to reflect that this is only a special use permit for a hair salon, not a nail salon.
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm all good. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, with that said, you have no objectors and you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you very much. Patricia, you have another you have another hair salon on Belden Avenue in Lincoln Park. Is that right? Is Patricia on the line?
Oh, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And it's kind of in a tucked away corner, and it's done very well, but you got the opportunity to become a part of a very nice new development.
Yeah.
And so you've have a lease for this property at Wells and Lincoln. Is that right?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? I couldn't hear you.
So you would like to have a second location, and you got an opportunity to have a lease at this new location at the corner of Wells and Lincoln. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're a licensed cosmetologist and experienced hair salon manager. And so this is your dream to have this larger place in a very good location. Is that right?
Yes, I've been doing hair for 21 years, and our existing location in Lincoln Park, we have been open now for 8.5 years. So we're looking to expand our business with this second location.
Okay. And you and I went through, and you presented your credentials and your plans to the local community group and to the alderman's office. Is that right?
That's correct.
And they both said they would support, that they do support it. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
Okay. And you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant this special use. And if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with it. Is that right? Patricia, is that right? Hello? Patricia?
I'm sorry, I can't hear anybody right now.
Patricia, can you hear me? Hello, Patricia.
Oh gosh.
Patricia, can you hear me?
I still can't hear anybody. Just ask me to start. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm here.
Can you hear me now?
I cannot hear you.
Can you hear us now?
I don't know what's going on here.
Okay, here, we can hear you. Can you hear us? Hello, can you hear us now?
Just try to pull it up on there and then we'll have a backup. You know, I don't know what's going on.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Oh, excellent.
Okay.
Go, Tom.
So we just have a couple more questions.
I'm so sorry.
No problem. So first of all, you are in the hair business. You are not in the nail business. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. I've been doing hair for 21 years.
And you have no intention of having a nail salon at the Wells Street address. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for this board to grant you a special use. If you were continuing to testify, you testify consistently with your affidavit. Is that right?
That's right.
And Joe Ryan, at my request, you looked through and made a report about the conditions at this location and whether or not they could meet the criteria for the board to grant a special use. And will you tell the board what you found?
That the proposed use would meet all of the criteria set forth for the zoning board of appeals to grant the special use.
And you addressed each of those criteria in your report. And if you were continuing to testify, you testify consistently with your report. Is that right?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that is our case.
Any questions from the board? We have what we need. We will take it under advisement.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm very sorry that I slowed down your progress today.
It's all right, Tom. All right, take care.
Thank you so much for your time.
Yep. Okay, next up. Is calendar number 108-23-Z. This is 2159 West Evergreen. You're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. *9 to raise your hand if you're on the phone.
Good evening, John Pekarsky here.
Hello, Counselor. I think we're just promoting your witnesses right now.
Jane Wenger, you can also accept the promotion to panelist.
Okay, Jane, if you could unmute.
I think I've got it. Hold on.
Yep, you've got it.
Okay, I'm here.
Excellent. Could you state your name and address, please?
Jane Wenger, 1509 North Wicker Park Avenue, Chicago 60622.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. And Leanne, could you state your name and address, please?
Leanne Houston's 949 North Walcott, Chicago.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Counselor, you may proceed.
We have no objectors.
There are no objectors. That's correct. So you can go with the short form and then we'll open it up for board questions.
Fine. I have with me today Jane Wenger, who's the owner of the property in question, and our architect, Leanne Houston.
Counselor, I don't know if maybe you've got something over the microphone portion of your computer, but you're very soft right now. It's hard to hear you.
I can barely hear you.
Maybe I'll just speak louder.
Yeah, just speak as loud as you can because it's coming in soft.
Oh, boy. Okay. My name is John Pekarsky, and the property in question is 2159 West Evergreen. This is the corner, the southeast corner of Evergreen and Levitt. The area is truly a mix of all types of uses, including public housing. The property in question is zoned RT4, and it measures 25 frontage feet by a depth of 154 feet. The property, as I said, is zoned RT4, and as you can see by the picture that's being shown, it is improved with a 3-dwelling unit building and a 4-car garage. We are seeking relief so as to be able to place a coach house on the garage. The number of units is acceptable to the zoning ordinance. We are seeking no relief there, but because it is on the garage, we are seeking 2 variations, an east side setback from the 2.5 required to 0, and a rear setback from 45 feet to 0.06 feet. This will allow us to build the coach house in question. I would call as my first witness the client, Jane Wenger. Please state your name and address.
Jane Wenger, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Jane Wenger, Wenger, 1509 North Wicker Park Avenue, Chicago, 60622.
And you purchased this property in 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
And you would like to place a coach house at the top of this garage in question?
Yes.
Do you have you met with your next door neighbor, Mr. Ed Kuminga, who happens to be the Wicker Park Zoning Committee Chairman?
Yes, I have.
And Ed has given you his blessing?
Yes, he has. He's seen the plans.
I have no further questions of the client. I would call the architect.
Hello.
Leanne, please state your name, address, and occupation.
Leanne Houston's 949 North Wolcott, 60622 Chicago. I am a licensed state of Illinois architect.
And you were charged with producing plans for the coach house addition to the subject site. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you please describe the proposal?
Yeah, we are just building a 700 square foot coach house on top of the existing garage with a patio facing north. I believe that we're setting the coach house 3 feet back from the east property line. And that will be where the entrance to the coach house will be. And we will also be installing an exterior stair that will be covered, and that will be the entrance to the coach house from the ground level. And I think that's about it.
Now, have you and I entered into an affidavit?
Yes.
and that affidavit addresses the criteria necessary to grant a variation, that the variations that we are seeking. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if I ask you the questions that appeared in the affidavit, which deal with the criteria necessary for a variation, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
Yes, they would be the same.
Okay. I would ask the same question of Jane. Jane, have you and I entered into an affidavit concerning the criteria necessary to grant a variation?
Yes.
And if I ask you the same questions that appeared in that affidavit, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
Yes.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Any questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Esposito. Can I just ask the applicant, how did communication with your neighbors about this proposal go?
Oh, I would say it went well. Ed's, he's a lovely man, and he's an architect, and I think he liked the plan. He had no complaints, and he made the comment that it's legal for me to put this up here. I stepped it back from his property to give him a little more breathing room.
Terrific. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next up is 109-23-Z. This is 5856 North Elston. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. *9 to raise your hand if you're on the phone.
John Pekarsky for the petitioner.
Yeah, Nicole. I hear you. I hear you, Counselor. Let me, Nicole, if you could unmute, and I'll swear you in.
I believe I am unmuted.
Yes. Could you state your name and address, please?
My name is Nicole Dombrowski, 5856 North Elston, number 2, Chicago, Illinois, 60646.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. And Chris, could you state your name and address, please?
Hi, my name is Christopher Dassey. I'm an architect. My address is 5930 Holman Avenue, Hammond, Indiana.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do, sir.
Thank you. Counselor Pekarsky, you have no objectors and can proceed with the short form.
Property in question is rather unique in as much as it has 4 unequal sides. The Elston Avenue side is 25 feet. The Marmora side is 110 feet. The alley side is 59 feet. And the other side, the remaining side, is 123 feet. The Dombrowskis purchased this property and have lived in it since 1998. We are simply seeking to add 1 unit to the building, even though it has been a 3-dwelling unit building since we can go back as far as 1987. It's my understanding, and the client and Nicole will indicate that her next door neighbor has lived there since 1987, and it has been a 3-flat ever since. My clients have decided that this is going to be their home, although they've lived there since 89 or 98 rather. and they are making major renovations to the existing building, including putting in new staircases, putting in a roof deck on the garage, all new drain tiles, and overhead sewers and steel trusses on the garage for the purposes of the deck. The clients, as I said, have talked to the next door neighbor, who is, of course, supportive and has indicated that there has been a 3-dwelling unit building there since 1987. The only thing that we are seeking is to be allowed to add 1 unit above its original construction, because we could not prove that the 3rd unit was built with a permit. I'll call as my first witness, Nicole Dombrowski. Nicole, please state your name and address.
Nicole Dombrowski, 5856 North Elston, Chicago 60646.
And you and your husband, Jim, live in the property in question, is that correct?
Correct.
And you are seeking to make major, as far as expense, renovations to the building, is that correct?
Correct.
That would include a new roof deck, drain tiles, exits, totally remodeling the basement, putting in overhead sewers, and putting in steel trusses over the garage, as well as a significant amount of brickwork. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you and I have entered into an affidavit concerning the criteria necessary to obtain the variation that we are seeking. Do you remember that affidavit?
Yes.
And if I ask you the same questions that appear in that affidavit, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
Yes.
Fine. I have nothing else with Nicole. Chris?
Yes, sir.
Please, you've already been sworn in. Can you please tell me what your plans for this particular location are?
Basically, we're adding the new work, as you've stated, as far as the brickwork, the drain tile, the overhead sewers, and the roof deck on the existing garage.
And the existing garage, by the way, is attached currently to the manor house. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And it will continue to be. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, it'll be connected.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with the criteria necessary to grant the variation that we're seeking?
Yes.
And you and I have entered into an affidavit concerning the criteria. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If I ask you the same questions that appear in the affidavit, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
Yes, they would, sir.
Okay. I have nothing further of the architect.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple of questions. I'll ask one for Nicole. Nicole, when you purchased the property in 1998, is that right?
Yes.
And when you purchased it, I take it the 3rd unit already existed, correct?
Correct.
And I assume that you didn't know that it was not legal when you bought the property?
Right.
Okay. And then question for you, Counselor. There was a reference in the findings of fact to reducing some setbacks, but I think it was just an error, but I wanted to confirm on the record that you're not seeking to reduce any setbacks. Is that right?
Yes, sir, we are not.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? All right, we will take it under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, next up is 110-23-S and 111-23-Z. This is 3924 South Wells. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. If you are on the phone, it is *9 to raise your hand. Do we have Counselor Powell?
Howard Garrison, please accept the promotion to panelist. You see a prompt coming up.
Do we have Counselor Powell?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How many witnesses? I've got a list of 6 people. Is that correct?
Chairman Sanchez will have past dates. Our zoning consultant, Kareem Maswar, our architect, Mr. Garrison, and also Pastor has with him Deacon Dwayne Nash and Ray Hawkins. But the actual testimony will be the pastor, Mr. Maswar, and Mr. Garrison.
Okay. Let's start with the pastor. If you could state your name and address, please.
My name is Dr. Charlie Dates, 3616 South Wentworth Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60609.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Mr. Garrison, can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Howard Garrison, located at 2139 East 87th Street, licensed architect, state of Illinois, 60617.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I certainly do. Yes.
Thank you. And Kareem, have we seen you today?
Yes, sir. Chairman,
okay.
I've been
okay. All right. So for the record, Kareem Musawir has been sworn in already, and his expertise has been recognized. Let me go ahead and read the department's recommendation with regard to the special use. This is the recommendation for calendar number 110-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed expansion of an existing community center with a proposed rear 3-story addition and a new 3rd-story addition to the existing 2-story building, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Progressive Baptist Church, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan, building elevations, and floor plans dated October 20, 2021, prepared by Triad Consortium Ltd. Okay, Counselor, you have no objectors and you can proceed with the short form.
Thank you. I asked Lee, Mr. Chairman, first of all, good afternoon, just to give a brief presentation,
sure,
if I may.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Lewis Powell, Lewis William Powell III. I have offices at 53 West Jackson, Suite 1222. Mr. Chairman and board members, I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Progressive Baptist Church. The applicant is seeking the approval of a special use application in order to allow the expansion of existing community center use. The applicant is also seeking approval of a companion variation application in order to allow the reduction of the minimum required north side setback from 2.0 feet to 0.00 feet. The south side setback will be 4.0 feet for a total side setback combination from 5.0 feet to 4.0 feet to allow a new rear 3-story with basement addition and a new 3-story addition to an existing 2-story with basement community center building. Mr. Chairman, the community center is an allowable use with a special use approval from the Zoning Board of Appeals, which was originally, for the record, obtained February 19, 2021, calendar number 85-21-S and 86-21-Z. Chairman, the applicant is now proposing to expand existing square footage of the existing community center building in order to allow a new rear 3-story with basement addition and a new 3-story addition to an existing 2-story with basement. Special use approval is required from the Zoning Board of Appeals for proposed expansion. Chairman, for the record, as previously stated, I have today Pastor Reverend Dr. Charlie Dates, and I ask the opportunity to have Mr. Dates get on the record.
Absolutely.
Pastor Dates, good afternoon.
You're muted, Pastor Dates.
I'm sorry, I'm used to that. Good afternoon, Attorney Powell.
Good to see you again, Pastor Dates.
Thank you.
Pastor, if you're on the record, please state your name.
My name is Dr. Charlie Dates.
Thank you very much. And state for the record the address of the church.
3658 South Wentworth Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60609.
Thank you, Dr. Bates. And how many years have you been a pastor?
This week, 12 years.
Congratulations.
Thank you,
Pastor,
man.
would you describe the need of the proposed expansion of the community center?
Our community suffers from children under post-traumatic stress disorder, domestic violence challenges, and other ailments that surround kind of living in the hood. The need is greater than we anticipated. Recent studies show that actually about 1 per 10 families in our community need the kind of counseling services we hope to provide. And so with a greater need comes a greater opportunity as well as a greater need for space.
Thank you, Pastor. And for background purposes, will the current church staff, along with 2 licensed counselors, will still be managed the community center? Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Pastor, the redevelopment of the existing community center, including a new rear 3-story for basement addition and new 3-story addition from the existing 2-story with basement community center use building, will be designed and operated in such a manner compatible with residential nature of the adjacent improvements. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Pastor, we're here seeking the approval of a companion variation in order to allow the reduction of the minimum required north setback from 2.0 feet to 0.00 feet. The south setback, for the record, will be 4.0 feet for a total side setback from 5.0 to 4.0 to allow a new rear 3-story with basement addition and new 3-story addition to existing 2-story with basement community center use building on the substandard 2 lot. Is that correct, Pastor?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. And finally, along with the proposed development addition to the subject property, you are also establishing 2 off-street parking spaces along with 4-space bike rack at the rear of the property. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. And Pastor Bates, for the record, we do have the support of Alderman Pat Dow for this project. Is that correct?
Yes, she is in full support.
Thank you. Pastor, we have no further questions of you. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, that is all I have for Pastor Bates.
Okay.
Moving on. For the record, I'd like to bring our land use consultant, Kareem Musawar. Please state your name for the record.
Kareem Musawir.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that Mr. Musawir is recognized as an expert. Mr. Musawir, you are familiar with the subject property located at 3924 South Wells Street, correct?
Correct.
Have you been to inspect the subject property?
Several times.
Thank you. Have you inspected other properties in the subject area?
Yes, sir. Been around.
In your opinion, would proposed expansion of the community center meet the general criteria for a special use as set forth in the zoning ordinance?
Yes, sir.
And that it complies with all applicable standards due to our request for approval of the stated variation?
Yes, it would.
This is, for the record, this provides the public convenience and will not have an adverse effect on the welfare of the neighborhood.
Give benefit to the neighborhood.
Thank you. Is it compatible with the character of the area in terms of the planning, building scale, and project design?
Yes, it would.
Is it compatible with the area in terms of operation regarding hours of operation, traffic, and so forth?
Yes.
For the record, and would the project promote pedestrian safety and comfort?
Yes, it's designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Thank you. Have you prepared a report of your findings and facts and filed a copy of that report with the board?
I did.
Mr. Musawir, for the record, should you continue to testify, would your testimony be the same or substantially the same as the answers to your report?
It would be.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions about land use consultant.
Okay.
Thank you. For the record, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to bring Mr. Garrison.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Garrison, remember you're on the record. Please state your name and your address.
Howard Garrison, 2139 87th Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60617, licensed architect.
Thank you. What was your program for this application, and what's the difference between this application and the previous application approved by the zoning board?
We added a third level for a conference room on existing building.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Garrison. Are the requested setbacks compatible with the nature of other improvements on either side of the subject property?
Yes, it is.
And did you make a determination that the requested variation can meet the standards required for approval?
Yes.
Okay. For the record, have you provided a report of your findings of fact?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman and board, we thank you for your patience. That is our last witness. Should there be any further questions, no further questions, then we respectfully ask for your approval of the application before you.
Any questions from the board? Okay, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, board.
All right, next up is calendar number 112-23-Z. This is 438 West St. James Place. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. If you are on the phone, it is *9 to raise your hand. Good afternoon, Councilor Scott.
Good afternoon or good early evening.
Yeah. I have two witnesses for you. Is that correct?
That is correct. Howard Hirsch and Bob Krupa.
Okay. Let me see if I can see Howard Hirsch. Okay. Yeah, we've got them both, and then it looks like we may have some. Well, we have some others, so we'll figure out if they're in support or objection in a second here. But let me just get your witnesses sworn, and then I'll turn to the others. Howard, if you could state your name and address, please.
Yes, Howard Hirsch, Hirsch MPG LLC, 225 West Hubbard Street, Chicago, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. And Robert Krupa, could you state your name and address, please? You're muted right now. You're still muted.
Unmute.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Robert Krupa, 4170 North Marine Drive, Chicago, Illinois, 60613.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Joanne Barry, if you could unmute, are you here in objection or support of this matter?
I'm in objection.
Okay. Could you state your name and address, and when you give us your address, if there's a unit number, an apartment number, please provide that as well so we can make sure you get the resolution.
Sure. Joanne Barry, 2550 North Lakeview Avenue, unit N is in North, 603, Chicago 60614.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Let me see here. Mike, are you here in support or objection of this matter?
Objection.
Okay. Same thing. Could you state your name and address and provide the unit number, if any?
Sure. It's Mike Wychocki, Wychocki. I'm at 457 West Deming Place. That's a home, Chicago 60614.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, since we do have a couple of objectors, let me start with a statement. Okay, I just want to remind everyone that this is not a town hall. This is a hearing, so we as the board are looking for evidence that either supports or does not support the applicant's case. Here's how the hearing is going to proceed. First, the applicant will put on their case and all of their witnesses. Then we'll turn to the objectors, and the objectors can put on their case as well as ask questions of the applicant's witnesses. After that, the applicant can ask questions of the objectors. Then we'll return to the applicant for rebuttal testimony and closing remarks. After that, the board will take the matter under advisement. Throughout the hearing, board members can ask questions of both the applicant and the objectors. So with that, Counselor Scott, you may proceed by putting your case on in full.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Just to clarify, as we're looking at the property, so there's not confusion going forward, but the pin shown on this bird's eye view, it appears to refer to kind of the I-shaped building, if you will, to the west of our property. The subject property is actually where the 43rd Ward designation is. So again, as we orient ourselves, because it's going to be very, very important so that everybody understands, where the different buildings are here. So I don't want there to be any confusion from the outset. So again, the pin that you see in red is actually a little bit west to our property, and actually 438 West St. James, which is the subject of the property. And perhaps later on, Jeanette can show the survey, but where the 43 is, that's 438 West St. James. Just as a matter of background, we are here for yard relief. The petitioner is seeking to reduce the side yards from a required, from required 7.63 feet to 0 feet on the west and 0.33 feet on the east. And then we are also seeking a rear yard reduction from 43.8 feet to 0. And what this relief will allow is for the development of a 5-story, 4-unit condominium building that would have 5 parking spaces on site. So if we just stick there really quickly, what you see, that's a view from the south, and the site is currently vacant. This is a very small, unusual lot, sort of in this area of the city. Most of the lots in this subdivision are actually 50-foot lots. This one is actually 33.33 by 146 feet deep. It's zoned RM6. As I mentioned, a lot of the lots that you see to the east and the west are 50-foot frontages and go all the way to the north. Another unusual characteristic that you're going to find here is that there's no rear alley. So really the only point of access to the property is going to be off of St. James Place. In terms of St. James, again, another very important consideration here. St. James, according to the city's maps, it's a 50-foot right-of-way. It's one-way eastbound, so to the right as you're looking at it on the screen. From back of curb to back of curb, based on our survey, it's 25 feet. And then further reducing it down, you can park on the north and the south sides of the street. So assuming you're going to take up about 8 feet on either side with parking, what you're left with actually is a 9 to 10 foot wide right of way, which is, you know, relatively narrow, difficult to maneuver given the density of the area, the amount of traffic, things of that nature. In terms of the surrounding area, you can see on the picture to your top left, immediately to our west, is a 13-story multifamily building. It's a rental building that is lot line to lot line, except off the rear. It's about 14 feet to the south of the rear lot line. That's known as 444 West St. James. And then immediately to the east, you can see the entrance to it looks like an entrance to a garage, which it is. But that garage actually services, it provides ingress and egress for the for the condo building and the condo units that are located to the northeast of the subject property. Immediately to the east of the entrance is the so-called Morningstar Mansion. Actually, you saw a picture of it before. Actually, it's an incredible home. It actually spans 225 feet of frontage on St. James, over 9 city lots. So very, very large home that it is effectively what we're considering our neighbor to the east. And then to the north and the east, you can perhaps, it's actually not shown in this picture. We have other images to the north and the east. There's a condominium building, 39-story, 2550 North Lakeview condo building. It's got 218 to 219 units, depending on what source of information you have. And then finally, what you see to the north, it's a series of townhomes. And I believe Mr. Wachaki lives in the one off of Deming. But this is a series of townhomes that are located to the north. They are, as what we've been told and what Mr. Wachaki is going to tell you, these are $4.5 million to $5.5 million condos. So that's what we have to the north. And then as you can see throughout St. James in front of you, this is a principally residential street. It's a very much of a mix of housing stock that's been developed over different times throughout the years. On the block itself, you've got 3 to 5 story multi-unit buildings ranging to high rises all the way to the east, the 2550 that I referred to, plus 2500 North Lakeview that's just at the end of the block. And then as you look to the west, you've got Clark Street, you've got Lurie Children's Building right where it says PD 553. So again, some really, really tall buildings in the area, some 3 to 5 stories in the area, and kind of commercial to the west. And the reason I'm taking the time to explain all this is because the context of the area is very, very important here. At least that's our opinion, is that we want to show this is a very, very dense neighborhood in Lincoln Park in the city of Chicago. And we've got some really large buildings, to the west, to the north, and also to the east of us. We've got very, very narrow streets. And, if anybody's tried to park in and around this neighborhood or near Clark Street, they know that parking is at a premium. So all of these things are, significant considerations. So we started this process, I'm going to say, several months ago. And, with all of these neighbors and all of the density, we undertook a lot of outreach. And we've engaged with our neighbors to the east. This is the Morningstar Mansion, his council and his property manager. And we've also talked with our neighbors to the west. That was the 13-story building that you see right there. Had a very constructive dialogue with all of them, listened to their concerns, and we've made modifications to the property and to the design to address all of the concerns. And so, what you'll see in your package is that there is, I'll move on. But we did have a dialogue and exchange of information with the Park West Neighbor Association. We exchanged emails, offered to answer any questions, and never got a response from them. Over the past 2-3 months, there was outreach to the different neighbors in the townhomes. I actually over noticed when we originally filed our application several months ago never got a response from any of the single family neighbors. And so didn't realize there were any concerns on that front. And then finally, throughout all of this process, sort of knowing the neighborhood, knowing the number of neighbors in the area, we've been in constant communication, first with Alderwoman Michelle Smith, and then ultimately when Alderman Timmy Knutson took over, we've been in constant communication with him and his staff, sharing plans, letting them know what we're doing with the neighbors. And in your packet, you'll see that we do have a letter of no objection from the alderman. Bob can also speak to his communications with the neighbors of the West. We also engaged with the condo association at 2550 North Lakeview, because we do share some common concerns about the boundaries of our property. The parking area that you see is actually set back just slightly from their property line. It's also, there's also a little bit of a gap in the north property line. There was concern raised about drainage and perhaps rodents that might be able to get in there once we built our building. We exchanged information, we wanted to cooperate. And so, ultimately we were able to get the condominium association at 2550 to offer a letter of no objection. That's also in your package. So again, this has been a very, very robust engagement of the folks that are most immediate to us, had a good dialogue, changed some design, tried to be a good neighbor. And so, we really tried to address the concerns that have been raised and that have been articulated to us. So I think this is a pretty straightforward case. And in terms of the characterization, the core of it is, do we build up or out? And I refer back to the RM6 zoning. There is no height limit on the RM6. You get to a certain height, 110 feet. Yes, you have to do a planned development, but we could go up to 110 feet without any zoning changes, no relief whatsoever. The developer is actually doing a building that's 34 feet shorter than what's the maximum permitted. The RM6 also allows a 4.4 FAR, and on a small lot, he's actually doing a 3.7 FAR, which is about 3,500 square feet less than he could do. And again, it's important because, unlike some instances, not trying to max things out here, but trying to do something that fits in the context of the neighborhood and meets the concerns and the issues that are raised by neighbors. And then finally, another very important point is that, again, referring back to the zoning, it could support up to 16 units. And, when my client bought the property, there was actually a plan already in place that the prior owner had that had, a high number of units, but again, 4 units in this building. So it is, a much, much less dense project in an area of, that is very dense. And the reason I characterize this as being sort of a question of, do we build up or do we build out? So if we build up, great, very nice panoramic views to the north, to the east. You can see, a long way in every direction. The problem is that, with going up, you're blocking the view of the neighbor to the west. You're contributing to the canyonization of this street and the area to the north because you have a very tall building. I mean, the buildings along West St. James, a lot of them are lot line to lot line. So again, if we go up in the air, we've got kind of this canyonization effect that we're contributing to. We're interrupting the north-south views of the north-south view corridors that, for the neighbors to the south and also the neighbors to the north. And these are kind of just, these are the long-term impacts of developing up. And then in the short term, with this taller building scenario, it's an incredibly disruptive construction process. And we'll talk about that a little bit longer, but it's a very disruptive construction process that will go on and impact this neighborhood for a much, much longer period of time. And it's also just presents a lot of construction challenges that are, manageable, but very, very difficult and will be very impactful on everybody in the area. As kind of the opposite of this, it's really the diametric opposite when we talk about, I said, building up or out. If we go out, the impacts are just the diametric opposite, meaning it's a shorter construction period, it's less impactful on the neighborhood, generates less traffic. There's going to be less issues in terms of staging, the means and methods associated with construction. It's going to minimize any kind of canyonization effect. So again, it's just, we see it as a fundamental question of, you know, do we have a huge impact on the neighbors? Do we block the views of the tenants to the west? Do we create more traffic? You know, everything that's associated with a taller building, or do we build it smaller, a 5-story building that we're proposing here, and build out? So that's kind of the characterization and sort of how I think about this case. And I'd like to first call Bob Krupa, who's the principal with the developer.
Okay.
And Bob, just, you know, for the record, you're an authorized representative of the petitioner. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then at one point, I asked you to complete an analysis of, you know, what's the return on this property with the relief that you're seeking, and what's the return if you were to get no relief at all. Is that correct?
Correct.
And just, you know, very briefly, in terms of the return on investment, if there were no relief, it was roughly 2.4%. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then if we were to get the relief that we're talking about and that we're proposing, it's closer to over 9%. Is that correct?
Correct.
And just in terms of market conditions, ability to finance the project, attract investment, the 9% IRR is, or return on investment, is really what's needed to make this project go. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if there were no relief, it wouldn't be feasible to do the project. Is that correct? Because of the return on investment.
Correct.
Okay.
Especially now.
Yep, absolutely. No, your comment is well taken. And just, you know, turning to the issue of, you know, why are you seeking this relief, and, you know, what's driving it? We've talked about this, and the requested relief here, it's not born out of an exclusive desire to make more money, correct?
Correct.
And really, you know, I had alluded to this before, but the relief is also designed to provide for easier construction methods. It allows for much, much less disruption to the neighbors, to the sidewalk, to the right of way,
and to the foundation.
Correct. Absolutely.
Very important. Very important.
And it also allows, I mean, if you were to go with the, you know, this building allows for a shorter construction period, which is less impactful on the neighbors, and a much simpler means and method of constructing the building. Is that correct?
Correct. The 10-story would require,
with a shorter building, it, you know, minimizes, you know, again, the canyonization effect of St. James Place. Is that right?
Yes.
And it also preserves views for your neighbors, which was important, particularly with some of the neighbors that you would engage with. Is that right?
Absolutely. The west neighbor is right on our lot line.
Okay.
Absolutely. And
so let's just, again, for clarity, for the benefit of the board, let's just talk about some of the challenges that are associated with, you know, that are avoided with being able to do the shorter building that we're proposing. Is that you have less need to stage materials potentially on the right of way on the property. Is that correct?
Correct.
You would also, with this building, you have less large construction materials such as steel, things of that nature, which would be difficult to stage. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
And then also with the shorter building, you're available to avoid any kind of crane that would be necessary for the construction and coordination with your neighbors in terms of crane swings. Is that correct?
The large crane that would take up most of the St. James Street and the property site would be avoided by building 5-story.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. And then just in terms of, again, you know, with construction, there has to be delivery of materials. I had alluded to this before. It's, you know, once the parking is sort of taken into account, St. James is a very, very narrow right of way. And so again, the shorter building just makes delivery, removal of debris, all of those things much, much easier, less impactful on the surrounding area.
Absolutely.
Okay. And all of these elements that I just described, these are some of the hardships that you encounter, and that sort of drive the reason. It's not only, not born out of exclusive desire to make money, but also these are among the hardships that you are seeking to avoid or minimize in seeking this relief. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. And it's also correct that building to the lot line, it's actually consistent with the block face on either side of St. James. So you're actually preserving the predominant character of buildings along St. James. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And that in terms of the hardships that we're talking about, and I guess I forgot to mention, I'd like to turn back to it. There is no alley, so there's no alternate means of access in order to get materials in, out, minimize impact on St. James. So it's really just St. James that that's going to bear the brunt of delivery of construction materials, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the absence of the alley and kind of the narrowness of the lot, you didn't have anything to do with that. Is that correct? I mean, the lot existed and appears to be a remnant of 444 West St. James. So you didn't have anything to do with the platting of the lot, its lot size, or the absence of the alley access.
No, the PUD plotted the lot and separated our lot with their park. And we had nothing to do with it. Well, previous owner.
You had nothing. You had no role in that. Is that correct? With the hardships that you're facing, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not at all.
Okay. And then we have talked about St. James just a bit, but it is strongly a residential area. Yes, as you get over to Clark Street, it's commercial, but your block of St. James, 100% residential, right?
Right. When you get to Clark, it's commercial, but
sure, absolutely,
James, yes.
But kind of on the interior of the block, it's 3, 4, 5, 6-story buildings. There's the 13-story building we see, but it generally, what you're proposing with the 5 stories is consistent with kind of the interior block of St. James. Is that right?
100%.
Okay. Okay. And then again, we've got kind of high rises on the end or commercial on either end. And again, just trying to maintain the predominant residential character of kind of mid-rise type building on St. James. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Bob, thanks very much. I'd like to call Howard Hirsch.
Okay.
So Howard, we've talked through, again, absence of alley access, and you've got the densely populated area, densely developed in the area. And if you could, just can you allude a little bit more to, what could be built on this building as of right under the zoning ordinance?
Sure. In RM6, as you said before, 110-foot height before you hit a planned development threshold. That equates to approximately a 10-story building, up to 16 units. As long as the building meets there's 2 different options on it. One is a building can meet a 50% maximum lot coverage, in which case you'd need no setbacks on the sides, but you could still put parking behind it, so you could have asphalt and paving behind the building. Or if you provided the side yard setbacks as required, there is, you could build a building up to 18 feet tall up to the rear property line.
Okay. And then you agree with Bob's assessment that, building a taller building of that nature presents tremendous construction challenges that would be impactful to the neighbors for a very, very long period of time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then just talking about very briefly, the side yard relief that we're seeking. Again, we've got a 33-foot lot. And if we were to comply with the side lot requirements, what would be the impact to the constructability of the building? We would have an 18-foot building that we could work with. And then we had talked about the impact of trying to put an elevator in a building like that and how that really renders the building undevelopable or the lot undevelopable.
Yeah, the required core elements, an elevator and a couple of stairs imposed on that thin building would make it, in all common sense, undevelopable.
Okay. And so along with that, again, we had alluded to before the character of St. James, principally lot line to lot line on the interior of the block. And so, you know, one of the desires is you want to maintain uniformity in block face, part of a goal of architecture. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's very important to keep sort of a contextual scale to the street.
Okay. And so what we're proposing here, actually, it maintains the character of the street wall on St. James. Is that correct?
It does.
Okay. And so, you know, one would say that there's a practical difficulty in, you know, trying to maintain the character of an area when it comes to the architecture and how it's built out. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so that's actually another one of the practical difficulties that's presented in terms of developing on this lot. Is that correct?
It is.
And then finally, great stop there. Because one of the other things I was going to talk about is, you know, even though views are not protected, you know, one of the hardships, you know, we worked very closely with our neighbor to the west. And even though they're not shown on there, they do have windows that are on the light tan building, for the benefit of the members of the board. That's the 13-story building to our west. And that they do have windows on the the east side of their building. And so it was very, very important to them to maintain as many of those views as possible on the east side of the building. Isn't that also correct?
Yes, that is absolutely correct.
Okay.
Yes, you can see it on Mr. Wachowski's view of the west side of our building.
Okay, and so Howard, part of the thinking here is, you know, again, another hardship trying to garner neighborhood support for a new project is, you know, preserving views as best you can, and so that's achieved by doing the smaller building rather than a taller building. Is that correct?
That is correct. And
okay.
you can see on this is a good picture because you see the scale of the buildings to the west of the 13-story building. It's really the 13-story building, which has been there for quite a while, that's sort of the outlier in the neighborhood directly in this area in terms of its height.
Okay. And so just turning really quickly to how the proposed relief, it actually meets the purpose intent of the zoning ordinance. Mm-hmm. It does promote the general health, safety, and welfare because this provides for a building that is much less dense. Is that correct, than what would otherwise be permitted?
Yes.
And it also provides for reduced height, right?
Yes.
And it also allows for the preservation of view corridors and the minimization of the canyon effect that I've referred to?
Yes, it does.
So sort of the corollary to that is that it actually, by achieving all of those facts, it promotes the health, safety, and welfare of the surrounding community. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then it also, again, we've talked about the block face, the heights of the building. This is also in furtherance of the orderly development of the area. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it also, you know, it promotes orderly development because it avoids all of the disruptions to the neighbors that we've talked about. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
And finally, it also it preserves the established residential character of the neighborhood. Is that right?
Yes.
And then as we've talked about, you know, we've talked about the hardships here. Again, you've got a lot with no rear alley access, very, very narrow street in front, very tall building to the west. You're not going to find these conditions in, you know, similarly situated at other properties. This is a very unique situation. Is that correct?
Oh, it's very unique. I've never seen a lot quite like this.
Okay. And again, you may see the individual factors from time to time, but again, all of these things put together, it's a unique set of circumstances that lead to the hardship that we've been talking about. Is that right?
Yes.
We talked about it as well, but again, if granted the variation, it's not going to alter the essential character of the neighborhood, which we've all agreed is, you know, very strong residential, kind of in the interior of the block, 3, 4, 5-story buildings. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And then, not to harp on it, but again, the hardships that Bob is facing with this, you know, with the construction and the impacts on the neighbors, these are not just they're not minor inconveniences. They present real concrete material challenges to being able to develop a building. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And we had talked about before, very, very unique situation, which leads to the hardships that we've been talking about. But just in terms of, no alley access, you've got a narrow lot, very, very dense area. You're not going to find this in other, properties with similar zoning classifications. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And just in terms of the design and the proposed changes that we're talking about here, the building's going to comply with all codes. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so that's, the codes are designed to ensure the protection of the public welfare. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then we've talked about it, far from having a material adverse effect on kind of our immediate next door neighbors, it actually has a positive effect. Is that also would you agree with that?
I do believe so, yes.
Okay. And then just again, going back to the how this helps the public welfare, this all minimizes disruptions, traffic congestion, everything that might be associated with building a taller building, right?
Yes.
And in terms of adequate light and air and the design that you've put together, there's no impairment. Is that correct?
There's no impairment.
It's actually enhancing light and air, particularly to our building, to our neighbor to the west, right?
It compared to a taller 10-story building, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. And then again, in terms of the design that we're proposing, low density building, 4 units, 5 parking spaces. We're not going to increase traffic congestion. Is that correct?
It'd be quite minimal.
And in fact, what we're proposing here, we're trying to minimize traffic congestion, particularly during the construction period. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All the parking's located on site. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then again, built in accordance with all codes, so we're not creating any new fire dangers. Is that right?
That is correct.
No additional public safety hazards. Is that also correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And from your perspective, it actually has, has a positive impact just relative to what it could be on the surrounding area. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, if I might, I'd like to call back Bob very quickly, just so he can attest to, again, he has had, we've been, talking considerably, particularly with our neighbor to the west, about sort of concerns that he's had. And I'd like Mr. Krupa to advise the board of sort of the neighbor to the west, the owner of that property. And I think we're perhaps going to hear from a resident in that building, but, from the owner of that property, his absence of objection to what we're proposing to do. So okay. Bob, if you could just, again, your correspondence with Mr. Supera.
Yes. So Mr. Supera and I have been talking for quite a while, and he has the large apartment building to the west, which are, studio 1-bedroom apartments, and have, some of them only have one window and one place for light and vent and open space. And when I told him that we're proposing the 5-story rather than what's allowed of 110 feet, he was very happy about that because it directly affects many of his small studio apartment, open space and light. And he said, this is an email from his, as we discussed today, I do not have any objections to the 5-story development you are proposing for this location. He has no objections to this. He realizes that will create a much brighter, lighter open space for the people directly impacted by this building.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And you Mr. can see Chairman,
it, that concludes our...
If we pull up Mr. Wojcicki, who's the building is in the back behind him.
Bob, we'll get there. We'll get there.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes our case in chief. For the benefit of the court reporter, if she didn't hear Mr. Krupa say the name, the neighbor to the west is Supera, S-U-P-E-R-A.
John Supera.
So that's our case in chief. We're available to answer questions, but we reserve the right to rebut any testimony that either of our neighbors have, but we're happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board before we go to the objectors? All right, we're going to go to the objectors, and let's start with Mr. Wyczocki. Sir, if you could let us know why you are in objection to this matter.
And you, well, first of all, I disagree 100%. I think there's been several sort of false pictures painted here. There's actually 3 neighbors that this abuts to, and there's the row of the townhouses across the way, which I represent as the Single Family Homeowners Association. I've been appointed by the Single Family Homeowners Association. We were disappointed that Mr. Mansueto negotiated outside of that format, since we are bound to as a condo association. So I feel like there's a little bit of a unique situation going on there. I know Mr. Mansueto's property is valued at approximately $30 million, but the other side of that block, we represent about $48 million in property, and we were not consulted. I don't remember ever this association or legal firm approaching us. You could shake your head, but according to our president, we were not approached.
I texted you Monday. I said, let's talk about it.
I'm sorry, Mr. Krupa. This is not Mr. Krupa. This is not your turn to talk.
I'm sorry.
You texted me recently when you found out I had an objection. You did not text us months and months ago when you were talking to the 2 other buildings. Mind you, the other building, as you admitted, is a rental building with the studio apartments. And you're talking about a row house with 2 of the prominent surgeons in Chicago, a Chicago Bull, some famous financiers, some famous
Mr. Chairman, if we could get to his objections.
Yes.
Yeah, what's the objection?
Listen, I listened to your repetitive stuff.
Everybody stop for a second. Everybody stop. Counselor and Mr. Krupa, both of you mute yourselves, okay? The objector is speaking. We're going to let him get his objection out. You guys are going to have your time for rebuttal, so you have to wait for rebuttal. All right, Counselor, you know that. All right, so...
May I have the slide PowerPoint I sent it on Monday put up?
Jeanette, can you put up Mr. Wyczocki's PowerPoint?
Go ahead. So you could see that what I find the most objectionable, of course, is the eliminating a 44-foot setback. If you can forward, please. That's approximately the side view of which we got a hold of this presentation somehow. It was not sent to us. It was circulating somehow. This PDF of their presentation was never sent to us to get feedback in advance. We got a copy of it somehow, and I cut and pasted pictures from it. This is the property. This is the 44 feet we're approximately discussing. And again, I am representing the Single Family Home Association. Please advance, please. I think a lot of the talk that was talking about the hardships are quite silly, actually, from 2 perspectives. One, if it's such a hardship, then maybe it should be a single family home, number one. Number 2, the hardships of that row across from it were not taken into consideration. I know that the 2550 Lakeview Tower Association has not submitted an objection, but as Joan and several other people, there's tens of people in the tower that are very upset about that. So I wouldn't take that the condo association didn't submit anything as a blank check that you're getting approval from the tower. What's really important in this picture, as you can see, is there's a very large open space called the Oval. And I would say the majority of people who have purchased homes in this tower or in the row houses did it because we have a park in the back. We have an open space. The objection I have in all of this is once we get rid of that 44 feet, their balconies are going to be right in the middle of our private space. That's my big objection. And we were not consulted in that. And I don't think any of the hardships that were mentioned outweigh having a building right here, where's my building? Right there, jutting into our space because we were never consulted on that. Forward, please. So we have four main objections. One, of course, is the violating of the open green space concept that makes Chicago, Chicago. We're not Philadelphia, we're not New York. We don't build buildings back to back on lot lines. That's not what we do. It's not true that all the buildings on St. James are built to the lot lines. As a matter of fact, it was mentioned that the 13-story building right here is 12 or 14 feet away, and the other two buildings next to that on the west side are also set back, I think, to 40 feet. So this dramatically changes the interior design of the Oval and all the people who enjoy that space, because I will show you in a moment in a picture, in a pictorial, how that 44 feet comes right into our private space. It is legally on the lot line, but they are viewing and looking right into a private play lot and a private seating area and the Oval, which is the heartbeat of this complex. Number three, I think we've had a lot of issues with our foundation, our garage here. The garage that we have here is 3 stories. It's not a single layer garage. It's 3 stories deep. There's been a lot of construction issues, a lot of vibrational issues, a lot of leaking issues. If we eliminate all those setbacks and build their foundation next to our foundation, I think we're going to get into a long multi-million-dollar war with legal costs going forward. And lastly, what about the value of our homes? Why are we putting the concerns of a new developer ahead of $48 million of real estate? I don't understand that. If it's such a hardship, then I would maybe not build there. I would maybe look to another property or look to a smaller footprint. Forward, please. So this is, you've seen this here. I have several of these. They're different views. The yellow represents the current zoning. That 43 feet is behind it. You can see where the children's play lot is in our Oval and our private sitting area. Forward, please. This was the old property that was there, and that's where the current setback is. I think they had parking behind it, but it was low and it did not interfere with our property. Forward, please. This is a very telling picture. It's a straight shot. I believe this is from their PDF, and it shows the what they can build, currently zoned dwelling size, and the appropriate, what I think is a very appropriate setback. And you can see again the play lot, the Oval, and the seating area. Forward, please. So this is my main objection. You see the distance to our homes, the distance to the play lot, and the distance to the Ovals are dramatically affected by removing 44 feet. You are going to overlook right into a private play lot with children, nannies, and grandmothers. You'll be 14 feet away from that play lot. Private seating area to the Oval, you're going to be now 32 feet away versus 50. And the luxury townhomes, you're going to be 50 feet away from our balconies and our patios versus 93 feet. Next, please. This is another depiction of the zone property versus the setback they're requesting to be eliminated. Next, please. I think this is the most dramatic view right here. This shows you how much impact that's going to have on the private homes and the Oval, the seating area, and the private play lot. Next, please. This is something I made up off my camera, phone, and PowerPoint. This shows you the current view in the Oval looking west toward the St. James apartment building. Up on top is I measured it and put a building structure in which observes the 43-foot setback. Now look at what happens when you have 0 setback. You're putting balconies directly in our private space, the private space in which we all purchased this property to have this private park. Now we're going to have 4 balconies looking right down into our private space. Now, what's that going to do to our privacy and our home values? Next, please. And lastly, this is the play lot. You can see it right out here. As it exists now, that space on the far left picture shows where the building will go. The current 43-foot setback is approximately what that building will look like, peeking over. And if you build a zero setback, you can have these balconies looking right down into the play lot, right down over the oval. I just have a few more points to make. I am disappointed in the alderman's office for not challenging this. I don't think he took the complex and the space and the uniqueness of this in mind. I'm not sure why that was done. I don't know what the provable hardship is on a developer's ROI versus the $48 million of property that we all bought based on having privacy in that play lot. That seems a far greater hardship to me. I don't know why this is a second application I've been told. Was the first application also removing the setbacks? We're a little late to the game here. If there was another hearing on it, I was not aware of it. Also, I think this talk about putting the building shape in context of the neighborhood, I agree with that. I think this totally violates the neighborhood versus putting a 10-story building next to a 13-story building. Those are right next to each other. I would highly vote for a taller building with a greater setback, or a single family home if that's not financially feasible. As I said before, I think the St. James Apartments, those are more transient young people with studio apartments. And I wonder why their opinion is more value than ours and why ours wasn't consulted. It seems like a big miss on my part. So I'll wrap up here and turn it over to Joan and others. I think this is an open and shut case the other direction. I think it's a huge violation of the single family homes. And I think this is jutting into our private park, our oval, which is why we all moved here. We all pay a large amount of taxes. We're successful professionals who want to stay in the city, and we're letting some new developer come in and jam his project down our throat because he wants to push it further back and violate our privacy. I think it's an open and shut case the other direction. I do want to thank Brian for running an excellent meeting. Whether this works out in my favor or not, I think you did an amazing job today.
Thank you. Before you stop, you do have, if you want, you have the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant if you want.
Thank you. I do have just a few. My first question is this a second application? Why is there a second application to zoning changes?
Mr. Chairman, if I might, this is the first application for any kind of yard relief for this property. We considered a lakefront protection application prior, but that project is not going forward at this time. And so this is the first one that seeks yard relief. So that may be what he's referring to.
It is. And when I asked the alderman's office, they specifically said that was not true. I got conflicting information that the setback elimination was already approved on a first hearing. And so that is not true. I'm glad you cleared that up for us. Was there an official outreach to the Single Family Home Owners Condominium Association? Yes or no? And to whom and when?
I'm going to let my client speak to that simply because he and folks on behalf of the developer reached out to I believe some of the owners to the north, but I can't answer that question. So Bob, I'm going to need you to speak to that. You're on mute. Bob, you're on mute.
Yep, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Brian, thank you again. You've done a wonderful job. Yes, we sent out packages to three or four. I'm not sure exactly who I can get the addresses, but I know we sent them directly to our north neighbors and anyone who would be directly north of us, including the unit 453, while knowing this would be a 5 or 10-story building sold in the past 10 days for $4,750,000. We had contacted the agent. We had contacted the owners as much as we could. We didn't have the phone numbers. We sent out an entire package to them saying, please let us talk to us about this. Michael contacted us. I found out on Monday that he was objecting. And I have an email that says, I'd like to talk to you about your concerns, and he refused to talk to me. Now, also, when Lakefront Protection went about a year ago to talk about this project, they sent out a mailing to him and everybody, 2,500 people,
more.
Andrew, was it?
Yeah.
1,250 people about what we were going to do. We had no major responses except from our neighbor to the west, of course, who would be most impacted by this. So to answer your question, we did reach out with packages, with mailings, with phone calls, and got no response. And
I don't know if that's true, and I would like to actually do research with all the people in my block and ask them one by one, because we were never, I'm here on behalf of the Single Family Homeowners Association, and they had said they had never received anything.
And Mansueto has no objection? Did you know that? The most valuable property?
I did know that, but I also know that he was negotiating independently.
Ask Jeff Lowe. He was
negotiating independently outside of the homeowners association.
Guys, come on. Let's not,
Well, let me answer one question. The reason I didn't want to talk to you on Monday, what are you and I going to accomplish Monday? I would like me to have my voice heard in a hearing in the board. You're not going to change your plans based on a conversation we're going to have on Monday. I want the whole board.
This was your question, correct?
I want to hear the whole.
Brian, was it question?
Well, I don't think Monday is an outreach.
Question
I think
answers.
6
We
months
did
ago
reach out, and you refused to talk to us. That's it.
I
All right,
apologize.
I think-
This is the court reporter. I'm so sorry. I can't get everyone talking at once.
yes, this is you guys are killing the court reporter right now. No talking over each other.
Sorry about that.
But
I'm
I
really
think
sorry about that.
that's okay. But I think we've beat that horse to death a bit on the outreach. So
I would just I'll end here real quick. I just want to know how the hardships of the Single Family Homeowner Association don't outweigh the hardships of an investor who is going to get a lesser ROI. I don't understand.
I'll answer that by saying, what are your real hardships? You have a 13-story building.
I'm not finished. I am not finished. You are looking right down into our property.
Mr.
You are looking right down into our property.
Guys, you're doing it again.
Can I answer it or no? Can I answer his concern?
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Krupa. The first problem is that he hadn't even finished his question, and you just jump all over it before he even gets the thing out. Again, we've got a court reporter here. She can't take two people talking at the same time. It's very simple. Okay.
I'm sorry.
This is just it's question, finish, and then answer. Okay. Let him get it out, and then you can answer. All right. But just no talking over each other. So please, Mr. Wojciechowski, you can get your question out.
My question is more for you, sir, and the commissioners.
Sure.
I've been through, this is my fourth time through a zoning appeal. And how is it weighed on the hardship of the ROI of a new developer versus the $48 million of established property value that it's impacting? How is that weighed on the board?
Here's what I can tell you. We're going to deliberate on this matter. We're going to look at the standards for the variation, and we're going to make a determination as to whether or not the applicant met the standards for the variation. Either they do or they don't. And that is how we make a decision. We look at the zoning ordinance, the requirements for a variation, we deliberate on it, and then we will come back and we will vote.
May I ask one question? Does the uniqueness of the oval property and the open space have any impact on the decision whether it meets or doesn't meet those criteria? Because it's such a unique space. It's a private park. We all bought this property because of that private park. And to have a new developer who hasn't paid for any of that, enjoy that and look right down into it, why is that not taken into consideration as an additional hurdle to meet, or will it?
So what I can tell you is that we're gonna talk about it. We're gonna deliberate about the points that you made and whether that whether that affects the standards of the variation and whether or not we can grant the variation. So it's all going to be taken under consideration.
Thank you. I'm finished, full stop.
Bob, nothing.
Yes,
Please.
Bob.
Can I make one comment on this?
Not at the moment. Not at the moment. It's not your turn. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Wojciechowski, are you finished with your objection?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I want to go to the other objector now. We have Joanne Berry. Please, you've unmuted, so that's good. Go ahead and state your objection. And if you're, let me say this too, because I do want to try to avoid redundancy. If you're in agreement with the points that Mr. Wojciechowski made, you can say that. If you have new things to add, please add them. But we do want to try to avoid redundancy.
Yeah, I'll be brief, and I appreciate everyone's time. My first point is really in response to the applicant's presentation today with all of the emphasis on hardship. I think it's disingenuous because these hardships, the challenges around this property were not imposed on the developer. Presumably, if they know how to develop property, they would have anticipated all of these challenges. So that's my first point. It's hard to believe there's hardship there. The second point is that the request seems to be more in response to a challenging economic cycle, particularly as it relates to real estate and rising interest rates. And it doesn't seem like zoning should be adjusted. Zoning codes are meant to be long-term standards for the city. And so to adjust them just based on a sharp disruption in the market doesn't seem to be consistent with the whole concept of zoning. And then my third point is that it seems by definition that the current setback requirements are in an effort to increase green space, sunlight and ventilation. And so this would be reducing the setback would be in conflict with the green space goal. And so I'm sympathetic to the fact that this project is a challenge financially. I don't like to see developers go through all of, to risk so much money, but it's kind of not our problem if they lose money on it as neighbors. You know, I want a robust property. I want the neighborhood to be thriving, but it can't come at the expense of just eliminating these standards that were set up with a lot of thought and with the long term in mind. And that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Before you go, because you do have the opportunity, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Yeah. Is there room for you to reconsider that rear setback? That it seems like a really egregious ask to go from 44 feet to 0.
So I can speak for my client and say that it would be a challenge to reduce the setback in any meaningful way in the rear. And we can talk about that in just a few minutes. Like because when it is my opportunity, Mr. Chairman, I'd like just to talk through Mr. Wojciechowski's exhibits just very briefly.
Sure.
But it wasn't a challenge for the existing approved structure, right? You have the 48 feet setback in the original approved plans, right?
And that was a much, much taller building that impacted our neighbor to the east. I'm sorry, to the west.
No, I get it, but you also didn't need a variance.
The Mansueto, I'm sorry.
You didn't need a variance for that, right? So you were in keeping with the zoning code.
Well, and that's what we were referring to before, like what could be built there, but is most impactful on the neighbors to the east. And, a little bit to Mr. Wojcicki's comment about, you've got people 110 feet in the air with outdoor decks that are looking down panoramic views, impacting the neighbor to the east. So that's correct. And that's what, and in building that building, what I've tried to explain to the board is that building of that nature can be built, but the impact that it's going to have on you, your neighbors, and the community in general over an 18 to 24 month period is significant. And we're trying to avoid that.
But that was always going to be the case, right? So from day one, the developer bought the property knowing it was a very tiny property, and that if they were going to develop it within zoning codes, it could go one way. And if that didn't work, and as I understand it, they tried to sell the units before construction and were unsuccessful. So now they went back to the drawing board. I get it. But now that drawing board requires kind of a dismantling of the setback requirements in the neighborhood. And that's my objection. I don't object to them being able to build what fits into the zoning code. And it was always going to be a hassle for the neighborhood. That's just how it is. So that argument is kind of a weak argument.
Okay. Do you have anything else, Ms. Berry?
Nope, that's it. And I thank everyone for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so just so we're clear here, we have now moved from the stage of hearing from the objectors. We're going to be going back to the applicant for rebuttal and closing. But before we do, I do want to open it up for board questions. Are there any questions from the board? I have one question for the applicant or Councilor Scott. The lot is 33 feet wide and is it 146 feet deep? Is that correct?
144, I think.
Okay, but 33 feet wide?
That's correct, 33.33.
And because I heard you say a couple of times that it's a narrow lot, but help me understand that. Why is 33 feet a narrow lot?
I was trying to give it in the context. If you were to look at the plat of subdivision for this area, they're all 50-foot lots. And this is just a remnant of what was, again, left over from prior development. I mean, yes, obviously a standard City of Chicago lot is 25 by 125. But I was only trying to make the point. I mean, sometimes I come to the board and I talk about, I've got a substandard lot. And so, there's only so much we can do. It was only to point out that it's a remnant lot and there's no, there's no rear alley access, which speaks to some of the challenges to, construction.
All right. So on the lack of the alley access, is that affecting the request to reduce the rear setback?
The point about the alley access is that we only have one way to get construction equipment in and out of this property, as opposed to any other typical platted lot in the city. And so the absence of the alley access in this case leads to the hardship, which we're trying to avoid, which is the deleterious and the long-term construction impacts on the neighborhood. So if we're able to do a smaller building that's built out rather than up, it's the construction period and the disruption to the neighborhood is much, much less than if we were to build up in the air.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? All right, Councilor Scott, this is your opportunity for rebuttal and closing.
Okay, thank you very much. if we could go back to Mr. Wojcicki's images, because I think they are telling in a lot of ways, because, and I want to tick off and hit some of his objections. And while Jeanette switch, thank you very great, thank you. Just kind of going a little bit out of order, but in terms of the devaluation, you know, the pictures that you see here, I mean, right now, this is a great photo because it shows all of the windows that exist on 444 West St. James that are looking down into the play lot right now. So you've got at least 100 windows on the north side that currently look down. And then the thing that's also important to keep in mind, even though Mr. Wojcicki's image is a little bit distorted because he shows these complete openings where we have kind of de minimis openings on the north side of our building, what we do not have, because we can't do it, we have no windows on the east side. So there's not going to be a view that looks down onto the play lot. And so the only thing that I would mention is that you already have hundreds, if not thousands of eyes in this area. You've got a, you know, several hundred unit apartment building just to the northwest. And you've got this building here. So, you know, I understand the comment about privacy, but if there was a concern about privacy, you know, they put the children's play lot right next to a building that was already there. And so it's kind of a known condition. In terms of the property values, I just don't see it, only because, you know, the estimated sale prices of, you know, the condominium units here actually, we believe, bolster, you know, property values in the area rather than devaluing them. In terms of the construction issues, we're obviously going to comply with all codes. We have to send out notices to adjacent property owners. We're going to be very, very mindful. And, you know, it kind of goes back to a little bit to my comments earlier when we were talking with the 2550 condo board, and we understood that we shared mutual concerns about certain construction matters. And so again, we don't want to cause construction problems. That's liability for my client. And so we're obviously going to work with them and, you know, avoid any possible, you know, any possible impacts. And then finally, just in terms of the green space, the thing that's important to keep in mind is that, you know, well before my client bought the building, this was actually already improved with a building that had a garage that went all the way back to the property line. And so there, you know, historically, there have been improvements right up against the property line. And so that's, you know, that's been there for a number of years. And so it's not necessarily introducing a new condition. That was several years ago, but nonetheless. And in terms of green space, I mean, we're providing our own on-site green space for the, you know, for the benefit of our clients, just like Mr. Wojcicki and all of his neighbors have the private right to use the lovely green space, to use the play lot. This is not something that we can use. And so again, we're contributing to open space in the area. So, and I think just the final point that I want to make in terms of privacy, I talked about all the eyes that are already there. You can see the existing, you know, trees that exist there today. If we were to go to our presentation towards the end, what you would see is we did drone shots from the northeast corner of our property line at 15 feet, 40 feet, 60 feet to get a sense of, you know, what the views would be like. And there's a tremendous amount of foliage, a tremendous amount of, you know, trees that are going to be green throughout the year. They're not going to drop their leaves. So, you know, it was already well thought of when they did the development to the northwest of us to create this privacy row of trees for the townhomes and also for the folks in the condo building. And also, as you can see here, it was also well thought out to provide privacy for, folks in the play lot. So that's our thought. Again, I believe that, you know, a lot of, we've met the standards. We're trying to avoid major disruptions to the area. We're trying to maintain character of the area, the block face. And so, you know, we appreciate your consideration.
Okay, and I'm just going to leave it one last time to the board just to make sure if there's any questions from the board, this is the last opportunity.
Okay. Can I say,
we have what we need.
One more thing?
No, Bob, we're good. We're good.
We have what we need. We are going to take this matter under advisement. Thank you for your time, everybody.
Thank you. Have a
Brian,
good weekend.
real quick, when do we expect a decision to be made?
So we'll be deliberating later tonight and voting later tonight. So there will be a decision before the end of the before this is this is over.
Okay.
We're gonna deliberate and come back and vote.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Next up is calendar number 113-23-S. This is 415 North Ashland Avenue. If you are here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. If you're on the phone, it's *9 to raise your hand. Okay, see we've got Councilor Toth. You have 3 witnesses?
We had 3 listed, but for out of respect for your time and to avoid duplicate testimony, we're just going to have 2, Mr. Steve Sobel and Terry O'Brien.
Bless you. Okay, all right. So Mr. Sobel, can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Steve Sobel, and I live at 1000 West Washington in Chicago.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And Terrence O'Brien has already been sworn in today, and his expertise has been recognized. Let me just check quickly to see if we have any objectors. We do not, Counselor, so you may proceed with the short form.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Good evening to you and to members of the board. My name is Richard Tulf. I'm an attorney at Georges and Senowicki with offices at 20 South Clark Street in Chicago, appearing for the applicant, the Lucky Strike Corporation. Lucky Strike Corporation, doing business as District Brew Yards, Burnt City, is seeking a special use to provide a more permanent outdoor patio seating area next to its existing brewery, tap room, and restaurant. The area around the patio is paved and used for parking. The property is in Planned Manufacturing District number 4, sub-area B. It's ensconced in and surrounded by other properties also within Planned Manufacturing District number 4, sub-area B. Breweries, tap rooms, and taverns and restaurants are all permitted uses in PMD 4B. Although the patio use requires a special use. Please note that this business has operated this existing outdoor patio seating area since the summer of 2000 under a COVID permit from the city of Chicago. The total area of the patio is about 2,100 square feet. The requested special use will simply make the seating area permanent under post-COVID rules. The applicant's an experienced business operator and has successfully and safely operated this patio area for 3 years. The patio is shown directly in this current photo, straight ahead. We have submitted draft findings of fact. Those submissions include project plans, and note that the project drawings reflect input from the Department of Planning and Development and incorporate various design adjustments requested by DPD. It's our understanding that the department does support the application. The existing business has many patrons that are supportive of the use. We are not aware of any objectors and have not received any calls or inquiries whatsoever, and certainly no objections.
Counselor, I apologize, Counselor, but you said it's your understanding that the department's in support, and I've got the recommendation right in front of me. So
by all means,
let me go ahead and read it. Sorry, it's been a long day. This is the recommendation for calendar number 113-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed accessory outdoor patio for an adjacent tavern use, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, the Lucky Strike Corporation, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the patio floor plan and existing landscape plan with detail sheets and overall context plan 4 sheets dated March 15, 2023, prepared by Lucky Strike Corporation, and site plan dated March 15, 2023, prepared by Atlas Works / Lucky Strike Corporation. Okay, now you can proceed.
Thank you, sir. And I'm ready to start with our first witness, Steve Sobel. Steve, can you state your name and spell your last name?
Yes, Steve Sobel, last name Soble.
You're the Chief Executive Officer and Chief Operating Officer of the applicant, is that correct?
Yes.
What's your business address?
417 North Ashland in Chicago.
And of course, you're familiar with the property, the surrounding neighborhood, the proposed operations and use of the property, and the application in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
You just heard my summary. Did I get anything wrong?
Yes, you got one thing wrong. You said the patio is 2000. It's since 2020.
Oh, I misspoke then. Sorry.
Yes.
I think I did say the area was 2,100 square feet, but you're
You
right.
did.
The operation started in 2020. I apologize for that.
Okay.
Your business operates District Brew Yards, Burnt City, an existing brewery, tap room, and restaurant on North Ashland Avenue. Is that right?
Yes.
And you got me here. I was just going to ask you if you've operated this adjacent outdoor patio seating at 415 North Ashland since the summer of 2020 under an extended outdoor dining permit, an EOD permit in the city of Chicago. Is that right?
Yes.
And that EOD permit was created by the city as part of its temporary COVID relief plan for hospitality businesses. And under the EOD permit, the outdoor patio has operated successfully, as we've said, and in harmony with the area since summer 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
But that COVID program is coming to an end, and we want to make the use permanent. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's why we're here today, because that requires a special use, correct?
Yes.
It's an existing patio, no new structures or new construction is proposed, and subject to some minor layout changes and good ideas requested by the Department of Planning and Development. We're not proposing any physical changes to the property. Is that right?
Yes.
Access to this patio is only provided through the adjacent District Brew Yards business. Is that correct?
Yes.
The patio operates as weather permits, no tents or anything like that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if the special use is approved, you'll obtain permanent licensing and comply with all licensing and other legal requirements. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you were kind enough to submit an affidavit that we included with our application and proposed findings of fact. If called upon to testify further, would you testify in substantial conformance with that affidavit?
Yes.
Mr. Chairperson, unless there's any questions, I was going to have Terry O'Brien speak.
Let's go to Terrence, and then if there are questions after, we'll figure that out.
Sure, thank you. Mr. O'Brien, can you state your name and spell your last name?
Terrence O'Brien, O''B', R-I-E-N.
You're a licensed real estate appraiser with an MAI designation. You're familiar with the subject property, the surrounding neighborhood, the proposed use of the property, and the application in this case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You undertook a study of the property, the proposed business and impacts, and how it all relates to both the special use criteria and the planned manufacturing district special use criteria. Is that correct?
That is correct. I inspected the property several times, once in May of 2022 and again in January of 23 to familiarize myself with the subject property and surrounding area. Surrounding area is primarily a mix of retail, commercial, and industrial, 1 to about 3-story high buildings, and there is some vacant land available in the subject area. There's also a number of buildings that are vacant and available for lease.
And you did prepare a written report on the property and the proposed uses, and it accurately presents your professional opinions. Is that right?
That is correct. It addressed not only the criteria for special use, but also in the PMD, the criteria is for properties in the PMD zone district.
And you found that it would meet all those criteria, is that correct?
In my opinion, it most definitely does, yes.
And if you were called upon to testify further, would you testify in substantial conformance with that report?
Yes, I would.
Mr. Chairman, that completes our presentation of testimony. We stand ready for any questions.
Any questions from the board?
Okay. We do thank the staff, ZBA and DPD staff, for all their help and their work on this.
All right, we are going to take this matter under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir.
All right, we are we're getting close. I think we've got 6 left, but we are gonna. I do want to take one just last short break before we close out here. So I'm gonna move that we recess until 7:20. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya. All right, well, I vote yes. So we are recessed until 7:20. Okay, I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes, I was having technical difficulties, but I'm okay right now. Sorry about that.
No worries, no worries. Okay, I vote yes. We are back. And we are calling calendar numbers 116-23-S and 117-23-Z. This is 452 East 103rd Street. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. A lot of hands. When we promote you, please accept the promotion. Okay. All right, Counselor Pekarsky, how many witnesses do you have?
I have 3 witnesses. The client, Mr. Sahay, S-A-H-A-Y, the architect, Mr. Zomek, Z-I-O-M-E-K, and Mr. Joseph Ryan, our real estate appraiser.
Okay. Mr. Sahay, can you please state your name and address?
Yes, my name is Rajesh Sahay. I'm at 2809 Modak Road, Naperville, Illinois, 60565.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and Greg, can you state your name and address, please?
My name is Gregory Jomek. Address is 2810 RFD, Long Grove, Illinois, 60047.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Joe Ryan has already been sworn in today and his expertise has been recognized. Now, I do see that we have some others on this matter, so I'm going to start calling all of you out, and I'm going to ask you to state your name and give us your address. If there is a unit or apartment number, please provide that when you provide your address so that we can make sure the resolution gets to you when we mail it out. And with that, Corey Bilbro, can you state your name and address, please?
Corey Bilbro. Corey Bilbro, 9200 South Dolphin, Chicago, Illinois, 60619, Unit 3C.
Okay, we're getting feedback from your video, so if you have another device on, okay. Are you here in support or objection of this matter?
I am here in support.
Support, okay. Joseph Jones, could you state your name and address, please?
Joseph Jones, 512 East 103rd Street.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I think there may have been a mistake. This is not my case that I was supporting. I see it on the screen, but this is not the actual case, and that's my apologies.
Wait.
Was everyone able to hear me?
We're hearing calendar numbers 116 and 117. This is 432 East 103rd Street. I'm sorry, what did I get that? I'm sorry, I misspoke. 452. 452 East 103rd Street. All right, well, we'll figure out what Mr. Bilbrough is doing. But Joseph Jones, I guess first question for you, are you here in support or objection?
Support.
Okay. Could you state your name and address, please?
Joseph Jones, 512 East 103rd Street, Chicago, 60628.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Let's keep going down the line. Winnonia Cattle. If you could unmute and then first let me know if you're an objection or support.
Excuse me. This wasn't the case that I was here for. That's the wrong case.
Okay, you're not here for 11623S or 11723Z, which is 452 East 103rd Street. You're not here for this case?
No, it's the next case.
Okay.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Yeah, that's the next case. That's my apologies for making a vote.
Okay, if it's not your case, then you can leave until we call the next one.
It's the right case.
Who's speaking?
Aki Gathra.
Are you here in support or objection?
Support.
Okay, can you state your name and spell your last name?
My name is Aki. First name AKI. Last name Gathra. GAUTHREAUX.
And can you give us your address, please?
10226 South Eberhard. 60628.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Zoom user 116, if you could unmute, please. Zoom user 116, if you could unmute. If you're on a phone, it's *6 to unmute.
Yeah, that's a big phone, man. You got to go back and say I'm on the wrong case. I'm waiting for the next one.
I'm on the wrong case.
Who's speaking?
Aki Gathra.
Okay. So you're on the wrong case as well?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So please, you can move back to an attendee, and when we call your case, raise your hand. It's just this kind of day. All All right.
No, Chairman, if you look, they're both on the same street. They're both gas stations. So I just think it's a little confused. You know what I mean, right? It's on 103rd, 103rd, both gas stations. So
yeah,
I see the confusion.
Yeah. Is Zoom user 116? Can you unmute?
I'm here.
No, not you, Mr. Rajesh. Chairman, the Zoom user is not unmuting. I've been asking them.
Okay. All right. How about Denise Ali? Can you unmute?
I have the next case. This is the wrong case for me.
Okay. Sam Binion, can you unmute?
Wrong case too as well.
Is there anyone here in support or objection of this matter, which is 11623S and 11723Z? This is 452 East 103rd Street.
Yes, I'm in support.
Is that Joseph Jones?
Joseph Jones is in support.
Okay. Is there anybody else? Was that somebody else who spoke, or was that just Joseph Jones?
My name's Rajesh Sahay.
You're the applicant.
Correct.
Okay. I'm asking for supporters and objectors, not the applicant.
All right. Some of them might have left, and it's been late, so they probably left. We had more support.
Okay. All right. So all I'm seeing now is Joseph Jones is the only supporter. There are no objectors that I can see. If there are any objectors, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Okay. We are going to go forward. Counselor Pekarsky, you have no objectors. So you can proceed with the short form.
Well, my name is John Pekarsky. I'm an attorney, and I represent Mr. Raj Sahay, S-A-H-A-Y, and his partner, Mr. Ali Musa, M-U-S-A, regarding the property at 452 East 103rd Street.
My apologies, Counselor. Let me read the department's recommendation. This is the recommendation for calendar number 116-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed gas station with a convenience store, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Ali Musa and Rajesh Sahay, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site and landscape plan dated November 18, 2022, parking and truck turning plans dated November 17, 2022, floor plan, south and east elevations and north and west elevations dated October 12, 2022, all prepared by Project Studio, Inc. Okay, now you can proceed, Counselor.
Thank you. I have with me today Mr. Sahay, Mr. Greg Ziomek, Z-I-O-M-E-K, the architect, and Mr. Joseph Ryan, our real estate appraiser. The property is located at 452 East 103rd Street, the northwest corner of 103rd Street and Eberhard. The property measures 133 frontage feet by a depth of 118 feet for a total of 15,748 square feet. The property is zoned B31. It is currently improved with a derelict building, which is the site of an old retired gas station, retired and tired gas station, and mini mart. It's been closed for at least 3 years. We are seeking to establish a special use for a gas station, 24 hours in operation, with a mini mart of approximately 2,600 square feet. We are also seeking a variation from the required 20,000 square feet of lot area to 15,748 square feet. The property in question was purchased from the Cook County Land Bank. With that, I will call my first witness, Mr. Fahey.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it true that you and your partner purchased the property in question this year from the Cook County Land Bank for $450,000?
Yes, purchased in 2022.
22. I'm sorry, you're correct. Is it a true statement that the proposed construction cost will be about $1,400,000?
Approximately.
Okay. Is it true that the estimated sales are 40,000 gallons per month of petrol and between $45,000 and $50,000 worth of food?
Approximately.
Okay. And is it true that the brand will be either BP or Emeco?
Correct.
Is it true that you will have 3 full-time and 2 part-time employees?
Yes, from the neighborhood also, we're planning to hire 3 employees from the neighborhood.
Okay. Is it true that you will have security on site?
Of course.
From 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay. Is it true that you will have cameras on site that are linked to the Chicago police hookup?
Correct.
Okay. Is it true that the property to the south and to the east of you is vacant?
Yes.
And is it true that the property to the west of you is a parking lot?
Correct.
Is it true that you have sought out the approbation of the Rossmore Community Association and the Greater Roseland Chamber of Commerce?
Yes, with Ms. Cozy and Ms. Reed.
Okay. Is it true that you have sought out the approbation of Alderman Beal?
Yes, I have a letter of approval from him.
Okay. Is it true that we have provided a letter of recommendation from the Cook County Land Bank, from Alderman Beal, from the Greater Roseland Community Chamber of Commerce, and the Rosemont Community Association?
Yes, we have.
Okay.
We have all the letters.
Okay. I have no further questions of Ms.
And this is a Pullman district, so we're going to try to use it like a Victorian type. So it's going to look nice in terms of the design. And the architect has recommended, and we're following that, as being in the Pullman district, a very historical district, and we plan to treat it that way.
Thank you, Mr. Sahay. I would call as my next witness, Mr. Gregory Ziomek. Gregory, please state your name, address, and occupation.
Gregory Ziomek. I'm project architect for this project at 452 East 103rd Street, Illinois and Indiana licensed architect.
Can you briefly describe the subject site, the current use, and the proposed use?
The current use is that the property is unused. It's currently vacant. It has a derelict building on it, which was operating as a gas station and convenience store. It also has an existing canopy and dispensers on site, all of which are unused. All of that will be demolished. All existing site improvements will be removed, and the new approximately 2,600 square foot convenience store gas station will be erected. As Raj just said, it will be designed in a Victorian design in keeping with the neighborhood. And that was very important to both him and me to take into account the context of the area. The property will also be improved with a brand new canopy, new underground storage tanks and piping, new islands with 3 new dispensers, as well as EV charging station for future EV vehicles that need that. The site will have a new driveway installed and brand new landscaping throughout the property.
Is it true, sir, that the proposal will comply with all of the applicable standards of the Chicago zoning ordinance?
Yes.
Is it true that the public convenience will be served by the proposal?
Yes.
Okay. Is the proposal compatible with the character of the neighborhood?
Yes, absolutely.
Is it true that the proposal will have operating characteristics such as hours of operation, lighting, and traffic that is compatible with the commercial space around the subject site?
Yes.
And is it true that pedestrian safety has been taken into consideration in the design of the proposal?
Yes, it has.
Now, the variation in question is necessitated because the Chicago zoning ordinance requires a 20,000 square foot parcel. And is it impossible to increase the size of this subject site?
Yes, it is. It's not possible for my client to purchase any property to the south or to the east. That's public right-of-way, as well as the alley to the north. And the property to the west is not for sale.
Fine. I have no further, have I prepared on your behalf an affidavit as to the standards for both a zoning variation and a special use at the subject site? Have I prepared such an affidavit?
Yes, you have.
Okay, and if I ask you the questions that appear on that affidavit, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
Yes, they would.
I have no further questions of Mr. Ziomek. I would call Mr. Joseph Ryan. Mr. Ryan, please state your name, address, and occupation.
Joseph M. Ryan, MAI, President, LaSalle Appraisal Group, with offices at 9455 South Horn Avenue.
At my request, have you examined the subject site and the surrounding environs of that subject?
Yes, I have.
Can you briefly tell me what you did in furtherance of preparing a report for this board?
I examined the criteria and wrote why the proposed use meets the criteria for this board to grant a special use.
And for the zoning variation as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have I prepared an affidavit on your behalf?
Yes.
And if I asked you the questions that appear in the affidavit, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
They would be the same.
I have nothing further for Mr. Ryan. With that, I believe we could rest.
Any questions from the board? Okay, we will take this matter under advisement. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Now to the continued cases. Oh, you know, there was a supporter, but I forgot about him. Oh, wow. Okay, all right, we're on to the next one. Calendar number 11-23-S. This is 511 East 103rd Street. Calendar number 11-23-S, 511 East 103rd Street. I think as Commissioner Toya pointed out, a lot of the people that had promoted for the last one were probably here for this one. So raise your hand if you are in objection or support of this matter. If you're on the phone, it's *9. Joseph Jones, I see that, is he here?
Yes.
Joseph, you were in support of the previous matter. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, that was 116-23-S and 117-23-Z. That was 452 East 103rd Street.
Yes.
Okay. And you were in support of it. Tell us briefly why.
One of the reasons we need a gas station in that area. I've been in that area almost 30 years. I own the business just adjacent of it. Been in that business 30 years. I've seen businesses come and go. Mr. Sahai came over and introduced himself to me, told me his plans about the gas station. Okay, I could go along with that. And seems to be a pretty nice guy. So that's in a nutshell. That's just, it needs to be reopened because it's just an abandoned building. So, I'm in support of him coming back in there and doing something with the property, redeveloping the property.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for that. All right. Now we're moving on to calendar number 11-23-S. This is 511 East 103rd Street. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand. Again, it's *9 if you're on the phone to raise your hand.
How I press *9?
Okay, let's see here. Do we have Counselor Barton for this one?
Hello?
Sir, yes, we can hear you.
I'm trying to raise my hand. I don't know how to raise my hand.
Well, you're in the panel right now, so you're okay. But I'll let you know when it's your turn.
Okay, my bad.
It's okay. You can mute for now. All right, we do have Counselor Barton, and how many witnesses do we have, Counselor, for you?
Well, let me say, Mr. Chairman, actually, Tom Raines from our office will be presenting the case.
Okay.
And I believe he's on.
Do we have Counselor Raines?
He's on.
Oh, you know what? Oh, he's I'm promoting him right now.
Okay.
Maybe he was on the last case. No, I'm only kidding.
Don't go there.
All right. Councilor Rains, though, you do have to accept the promotion. Okay, I think he's coming. And Clarence Sanford, you also have to accept the promotion.
There, am I on?
Yes, we have you, Counselor.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I didn't unmute or unstop my video, so there I am.
Okay, can you tell me how many witnesses you have?
So we have 5 witnesses, but I believe we have at least 10 supporters. And with respect to the supporters, I think there's a way. I mean, 6 or 7 are area residents in the houses right around the subject property. What I was hoping, or what I was going to suggest, is they're pretty much all going to say the same thing in support. Maybe we do a roll call and just have one of them speak, and then they can all acquiesce to the testimony of that person, if inclined.
Yeah, if they're willing to do that, that would be great.
I think that would be helpful and get everyone out of here at a reasonable hour.
Yeah. Let me start by getting your actual.
Is that before midnight? Is that the reasonable hour? I'm just asking. No. Good.
So for the record, my name is Tom Rains. I'm an attorney of the law firm of Thomas R. Rains, Attorney at Law. I represent the applicant in this matter, 103rd Street Property, LLC. And we're going to have 5 witnesses today.
5 witnesses. Do we have, is Ahmed Motion?
Yes, he's the manager of the applicant entity, and he's here.
Okay, if you can unmute. If you have another device on, you gotta turn it off because we're getting a lot of feedback.
I'm here. Could you guys hear me or see me?
Yes, we can. Can you please state your name and address?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it over there.
We can hear you fine. Can you give your name and address, please?
I'm here. Did you guys hear me or can see me?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Can you state your name and address, please?
Yeah, my name is Ahmed Molson. Address 9220 South Octavia, Bridgeview, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have Toby Sorensen?
Yes, sir.
Have we sworn you in today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. All right. So for the record, Toby Sorensen is already sworn in. Do we have Sam Binion?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Sam Binion, 7209 South Ellis, Chicago, Illinois, 60619.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Great. And Amru Saeed, can you unmute and state your name and address, please?
My name is Amru Saeed, lead designer and project manager, and I live at 15424 Southwell Cook Road in Homer Glen, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
And then, Counselor, you also have Kareem on this one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Kareem has already been sworn in today. This is Kareem Musawir has already been sworn in today, and his expertise has been recognized. Now I'm going to start swearing in all of the other people that we have on the call. The first one is Zoom user. If you could unmute and then state your name, or first tell me if you unmute and tell me if you're in support or objection.
I'm in support.
I'm asking Zoom user, the one with the title Zoom user on his phone, it looks like.
David's name I see.
It's *6 to unmute.
No, Chairman, he is not on phone. He
have
to unmute from his device, and we can see the video, but
yeah, I can see his video, but
I'm asking him to unmute. You just have to click on the prompt.
All right, I'm going to go to somebody else. David Peterson, are you here? If you could unmute and let me know if you're in support or objection.
Yes, I'm in support.
Okay. Can you state your name and address, please?
Sure. My name is David Peterson. I operate a business at 10406 South Maryland Avenue.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Christopher Franklin, can you unmute and let me know if you're in support or objection?
What?
Okay, can you state your name and address, please?
Christopher Franklin, 10237 South Road, 60619.
If you're watching the live stream or you're on multiple devices, you gotta stop it because we're getting a lot of feedback. So it's very difficult to hear you. Corey Bilbro, you're here in support?
I am here in support.
Okay. Can you state your name and address, please?
Corey Bilbro, 9200 South Dolphin, Chicago, Illinois. And my unit number is 3C.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Aki, if you could unmute and let me know if you're in support or objection.
Support.
Okay, can you state your name and address, please?
My name is Aki Gothro, 10226 South Eberhart, 60628.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Winona Cattle?
In support.
Support? Okay, can you state your name and address, please?
Winona Cattle, 10210 South Rose, Chicago, Illinois, 60628.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Sam Binion, are you here in support or objection?
He's a witness.
Oh, yeah. All right, I already got him.
Better
Sorry.
be in support.
The person Dion Field. If you could unmute and let me know if you're in support or objection. Dion Field.
Yeah, I'll support.
Okay, can you state your name and address, please?
Dion Fields, 10216 South Road.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Clarence Sanford, are you here in support or objection? Clarence, you're muted right now. Okay, how about Jermaine Akins? Are you here in support or objection? Oh, wait, Clarence just...
I'm in support. Clarence Sanford.
Okay, can you state your name and address, please?
Clarence Sanford. Address is 10313 South Rose Street, Chicago, Illinois, zip code 60628.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Huh?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, where was the other one?
Jermaine Atkins.
Yes, Jermaine Akins. Are you here in support or objection?
Support.
Okay, can you state your name and address, please?
Jermaine Akins, 10216 South Road, Chicago, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Okay. have I gotten all of the supporters? Okay, I see we have some more. Joseph Jones, are you here in objection to this matter?
Yes, I oppose.
Okay, can you state your name and address, please?
Joseph Jones, 512 East 103rd Street, Chicago, 60628. Sorry.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And Denise Ali, are you here in support or objection?
I'm in support.
Okay. Could you state your name and address, please?
Denise Ali, 10210 South Road, Chicago, Illinois, 60628.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there anyone now that I haven't yet called on and sworn in? Okay, I think we have everybody. Oh, except with the exception of Zoom user, we never got Zoom user because he was unable to unmute.
That's Black Hat. Black Hat.
Yes. All right, listen, you guys are on multiple devices. You guys are on multiple devices and it's causing a lot of audio interference.
Shit ain't rocket science. Shit ain't rocket science.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe we'll get to Zoom user later. I'm assuming that Zoom user is another supporter since I think he's in the room with other supporters. Okay. Let me read something since we do have an objector. I want to remind everyone that this is not a town hall. This is a hearing, so we as the board are looking for evidence that either supports or does not support the applicant's case. Here's how the hearing is going to proceed. First, the applicant will put on their case and all of their witnesses. Then we'll turn to the supporters to put on their case as to why they're in support. Then we'll turn to the objectors, and the objectors can put on their case as well as ask questions of the applicant's witnesses and supporters. After that, the applicant can ask questions of the objectors. Then we'll return to the applicant for rebuttal testimony and closing remarks. After that, the board will take the matter under advisement. Throughout the hearing, board members can ask questions of both the applicant and the supporters and objectors. Okay, let me read the Department of Planning's recommendation, and then I'm going to hand it over to Councilor Rains to put on his case in full. This is the recommendation for calendar number 11-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of a gas station with a one-story mini mart, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, 103rd Street Property LLC, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan, proposed floor plan, north and west elevations, south and east elevations, landscape plan, sheet L102, landscaping and trash enclosure details, and truck path plan dated December 14, 2022, prepared by BAU Design and Development. Councilor Rains, please put on your case in full.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'll move at a quicker pace. I know we do have an objector, so I'll solidify the record, but I'll try to move it along as quickly as possible since there is so much support.
Thank you.
So good evening again. It's Tom Rains, representing the applicant, 103rd Street Property LLC. Applicant is proposing to improve the 21,655 square foot parcel with an 8-pump 4-island gas station in a 2,880 square foot accessory convenient mart, which will have its own 8 parking spaces to serve the mart. The parcel is located on the southeast corner of 103rd Street and South Eberhard Avenue. The subject property is located in the B31 zoning district. Therefore, the proposed gas station requires a special use.
Councilor, I just want to say, if you could speak louder, you're coming in really soft.
I am?
Nah, that's better.
Okay, I apologize. Let me get a little closer. The
Yeah.
site plan and the landscape layout have undergone careful review by both the Department of Planning and the Department of Transportation. As a result of these reviews, modifications were made to improve the layout. The site will be enhanced with over 3,100 square feet of additional landscaping materials, which is more than triple the required amount. In addition, pedestrian access was improved from Eberhart, and a driveway was removed along Eberhart, among other changes, per the recommendation of those departments. If it'll please the chairman, I'd like to call our first witness, which is the manager of the applicant entity, Ahmed Mohsen, which I believe you've already sworn in.
Yes, everybody's been sworn.
Okay. Ahmed, are you the manager of 103rd Street Property LLC, which is the applicant for the special use being considered here today?
Yes.
And is it your intention to develop this site with a 4-island, 8-pump gas station and accessory convenience mart?
Yes.
And what are the hours of operation for the gas station you propose?
24/7, 7 days per week.
7 days a week, 24 hours a day?
Correct.
And will the convenience store have the same hours?
Yes.
Okay, if you got more than one device on in that room, can you ask that person to leave or turn it off? Because we're getting heavy feedback.
Yeah, we're doing that right now. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Me?
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Okay. And how many employees do you plan to have on site?
I employ from the community, and once approved, we'll be looking to hire at least 5 part-time / full-time employees.
Okay. Will there be any security measures provided at the location?
Security guards hours are minimum 8 hours a day and will be extended if needed.
Did you say 8 hours a day?
Yeah, and extended if need be.
Okay. And can you give us an example of why they would be extended?
If it tends to be busier, or if there's a good traffic of pattern that we need to be coordinated, we extend the hours.
Do you plan to work in conjunction with the local police district?
Yes.
Okay. Will there be surveillance cameras monitoring the site?
Yes, on the lot, in the store, and in the streets immediately adjacent.
Will those cameras be linked to the city's OEMC program?
Yes.
Okay. Are security cameras and guards standard at all your gas stations?
Yes.
Did you take any time to meet with any surrounding residential neighbors?
Yes.
Throughout that process, were you able to describe your experience in the industry and explain your operational plan for this specific location?
Yes.
How many neighbors would you say you met with?
Minimum 20 plus.
Okay. In the end, do you believe you'll be able to alleviate any concerns raised in those meetings and incorporate the changes for the residents?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe the aspects of your plan that were incorporated after getting input from the community members?
Yeah, an alteration that was made due to community input was to expand the store size to provide the community with a more robust line of goods.
What kind of grocery goods?
We will carry an extensive grocery selection such as milk, eggs, bread, produce, and frozen food with competitive pricing. Being that I am a wholesaler, I have direct accounts with most vendors.
I apologize. This is the court reporter. I'm so sorry, sir. Could you slow down? Thank you.
Sorry.
Me?
Yes. Could you answer that question again from the top a little slower?
Yeah. We will carry an extensive grocery selection such as milk, eggs, bread, produce, and frozen food with competitive pricing. Being that I own a wholesale, I have direct accounts with most vendors.
Are there any other aspects of the plan for the store that are unique?
Yes, I'm planning to have a state-of-the-art EV charging station to further accommodate the shift of renewable energy to maximize the use of this property. Because I am more than a developer, I'm a long-term operator that is embedded in the community. Additionally, I'm going to provide a new blend of gas that is very limited but in high demand. E88 and E15, both blends of gas are supposed to be better for the environment and less expensive than regular unleaded fuel. There are no gas stations within my knowledge that supply both these blends within a 5-mile radius.
Is that a 5-mile radius?
Correct. Within my knowledge, yes.
Ahmed, have you appeared before this board before?
Yes.
When was the last time?
December of last year.
Okay. And where was that location for?
69th and State.
Okay. And is this gas station going to be similar, and the convenience store going to be similar to that you described at 69th and State back in December?
Yes.
And was that special use granted?
Yes.
Okay. As far as you mentioned your community outreach with the residents, did you reach out to the local alderman?
Yes, I've communicated with him for 6 years about plans for a gas station at this intersection. First one, the lot on the opposite corner, 452 East 103rd. The one that I just presented earlier was being sold by the Cook County Land Bank. He supported that and wrote a letter of support to the land bank saying I was a good business owner.
Chairman, just point of order, point of record, that letter was submitted with our package. So there's a November 2nd, 2021 letter from Alderman Beal to then Executive Director Eleanor Gorski of the Land Bank attesting to my client's operation skills.
Shall I continue?
Yes, go ahead.
My bid was not selected for the property, 452 East 103rd. When I decided to build a gas station at 511, I tried to meet with Alderman, but was not able to.
Okay. Did my office prepare an affidavit in conjunction with you that you reviewed and signed?
Yes.
If you were questioned further today, would your answers be consistent with the statement in that those statements in that affidavit?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. I have nothing further for this witness.
Okay.
With your permission, I'd like to call our second witness, Kareem Musuwer.
Yes.
Okay, he's a planning expert. Kareem, are you on?
I am.
Thank you, sir. Are you a land planning consultant with many years of experience working in the city of Chicago with the zoning board and independently?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an opportunity to inspect the subject property and the area around it?
I did, yes.
Could you briefly describe the immediate area surrounding the property?
Sure. So this is East 103rd Street. There are two gas station facilities located along 103rd Street. One is at 103rd and Wentworth. The other is at Cottage Grove Avenue, over 800 East. And then across the street from us, there's a tavern at 512 East 103rd Street. Then immediately adjacent to Catty Corner is a lot that used to be the gas station. That was before the board earlier, but it's been shut down for a number of years. And then there are some other one-story retail and service uses along East 103rd Street and a couple of churches.
Thank you. And based on your examination of the site and the surrounding area, do you have an opinion whether this site meets the criteria for special use for the proposed gas station?
I do, yes.
Could you describe your observations and conclusions on whether the gas station at the subject property meets those 5 criteria?
Yes, sir. So one of the first criteria for a gas station is that it has 20,000 square feet. This particular site exceeds that with 21,655 square feet. This is a proposed 8-pump with 4 island gas stations with a 2,880 square foot accessory convenience store. Applicant proposes to have such a size store in order to provide more food items to the community, because this is a distressed area when it comes to the availability of fresh foods for the community, and they're going to help to fulfill that obligation, to fulfill that need.
And for the record, I'm going to state the 5 criteria, and you just respond yes or no if it meets the criteria. So, number 1, does it comply with all applicable standards of the Chicago zoning ordinance?
Yes, the proposed gas station is an allowed special use with the Zoning Board of Appeals approval with the accessory retail convenience store, and is it permitted by right use in a B3-1 community shopping district.
Good. 2, is it in the interest of public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact on the general welfare of the neighborhood or the community?
Yes, as previously stated, the proposed gas station would be with the convenience store would be a use of public convenience, and this community is in need of it at this location.
Okay, 3, is it compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of site planning and building scale and project design?
Yes, so 103rd Street is comprised primarily of one-story brick and masonry retail and service uses with existing residential improvements located on and off the commercial area, primarily a one single family into two family style residential improvements.
And 4th, is it compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of operating characteristics, such as its hours of operation, outdoor lighting, noise, and traffic generation?
Yes, the proposed will maintain days and hours of operation that are compatible with the other uses in the area. There are 24-hour grocery stores and other gas stations, as I said, not about 3 blocks away. And the needs of the surrounding areas. The outdoor lighting will be muted onto the site, and with the off-street parking and efficient ingress and egress system, the use is expected to properly manage any traffic and noise generated by the use of this site.
And finally, is it designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort?
Yes, the driveways, landscape improvements, lighting, and whatnot are designed to promote pedestrian safety and comfort.
Thank you. And were you able to prepare a written report discussing your observations and conclusions?
I was, yes.
Okay. And Kareem, I submitted your report to the board as part of our findings in this case. If I were to continue questioning you today, would your answers be consistent with the statements you made in that written report?
Yes, they will.
Thank you very much. Chairman, I have nothing further for this witness.
Okay.
I'd like to call our 3rd witness, Toby Sorensen, an appraisal expert.
Good evening.
And I think the board is familiar with Toby's credentials, so I will skip right to the subject property as he's already testified before the board, if you so indulge, Chairman.
Yes, his expertise has been recognized.
Okay. Toby, could you briefly describe the subject property and the surrounding area?
Yes, it's a 21,654 square foot rectangular corner site, zone B31, community shopping district. It has basically no material improvements at present. There's some slabs from a prior use at grade and some perimeter fencing. The immediate area includes a number of vacant lots awaiting development. The aforementioned vacated former service station with Mini Mart on the northwest corner of the same intersection, a bar and mixed use building with it looked like residential units above, directly across the street to the north, a former one-story commercial use that's presently used as a house of worship to the east, and residential uses to the south, single family.
Okay. And based on your examination of the site and the surrounding area, do you have an opinion whether this site meets the 5 criteria for the special use?
Yes, I do.
And could you state that opinion?
My opinion is that the proposed use meets the 5 standards criteria for the proposed special use.
Okay, and will it comply with the Chicago zoning ordinance?
Yes, it will.
And will it be in the interest of the public convenience in terms of the community's access to gasoline?
Yes, it will.
And will the size of the proposed gas station be a benefit to the community?
It will, both in terms of number of fueling positions as well as the Mini Mart.
And will the products at the proposed gas station be a convenience and benefit to the area?
Yes, they will. There's a proposed EV charging stations, 2 of them. There are, as the applicant indicated earlier, availability of otherwise unavailable fuel types, ethanol fuel types that are less expensive historically, which will be of great benefit to the community. There's also, as mentioned before, the possibility for the convenience store to carry the types of goods that are not normally present in a typical convenience store.
Thank you. And I know you prepared a robust report, and we had prepared to go through some more testimony, but in an effort to move this along, I'll just ask you a couple more questions. And as you know, I think you watched earlier, the property diagonal across the street at 452 West 103rd is applying for a special use and a variation to establish a gas station there. Based on your professional experience, if gas stations were approved at both sites, would 2 gas stations negatively impact this neighborhood?
I'm sorry, Mr. Rains, the last part of that question faded out for me.
In the event that both this gas station and the gas station at 452 across the street in Diagonal were both approved and both gas stations went into business, would it negatively impact the neighborhood to have 2 gas stations in close proximity like that?
In my opinion, it would not.
Could you explain?
Yes, there's been a number of closures recently of gas stations in this general area, including up at 95th Street and State Street, where the CTA project has consumed 2 formerly active gas stations. So there's been a reduction in the number of available fueling positions. The proposed lot to the northwest of this lot at 511 East is a smaller site that has fewer fueling positions than ours. And even combined with the number of fueling positions proposed there and those that are proposed on our site, there's a total of, it looked like they had 6 fueling positions on that site. So there's a total of 14 total. That's still below what is typical of a modern urban gas station development. You typically see a greater number of fueling positions than the combined total between these 2 proposed sites.
Okay. And then last question, if only one of these could be selected, do you have an opinion which one would be better for the neighborhood?
I do. I would indicate that it's 511 East 103rd for any number of reasons, including but not limited to the size of the mini mart that can accommodate these extra goods for the community, and the number of fueling positions, as well as the benefit to the health, safety, and welfare of the local community.
Thank you. And you prepared a report and we submitted it to the board, a written report as part of our findings of fact. If we were to continue to ask you questions, would you testify in accordance with everything in that report?
Yes, I would.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I have nothing further for this witness, Chairman. And frankly, I do have 2 more witnesses. I think with respect to the design, I think we've already established what we need to establish by way of the design size and the rendering speak for themselves. The other testimony was mostly thought to rebut what I thought was going to be some objections. I do know we have one objector. So, Chairman, if I may, I would suggest that I be allowed to call another witness if I need to after the objector, or do you want me to go ahead and just put that witness on now?
I would say go ahead and put it on now, because I don't want you to be introducing new stuff in rebuttal.
I understand. So with that, I'll call a final witness, and it's Mr. Sam Binion.
Okay.
Mr. Binion, are you on?
He's on, but he's muted.
Okay. Mr. Binion, if you could hear us, could you unmute yourself? There you go. We got you.
Hold on. Let me. Can you hear me now?
We can hear and see you. Yes.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Sure. Mr. Binion, what is your occupation?
I'm Executive Vice President of Operation Neighborhood Safety, better known as ONS.
Sure. And can you describe the organization's mission and activities?
ONS is a collaborative. We are a collaborative community-based organizations and volunteers. We're very active in helping to maintain community safety. We have strong relationships with local businesses in the Chicago Police Department. We work with the businesses to keep the business informed about safety matters, including specific criminal activities. We are vigilant about people loitering near businesses and help direct people away from area of businesses that are affected.
Have you ever worked with Mr. Ahmed Mohsen in this regard?
Yes, and Mr. Ahmed is very, interested in ensuring safety measures. We've given him recommendations on safety measures in many of his gas stations. He's a strong advocate for our safety and goals.
And what is your association's interest in this application today?
You know what? I just want to let the board and the owners that Mr. Musa is a very safety conscious business owner. Our organizations would do whatever we can to help, him in his gas station for this area.
Okay, thank you very much. I have nothing further for Mr. Binion, and I would ask that the chairman, and excuse me here, I'm just trying to mute this phone call that's coming in. If as far as our supporters, I think David Peterson and Winona could probably speak for the bulk. David Peterson runs the Pullman Porter Museum, and I think it would be I would ask that he speak in support, and then Miss Winona from 10210 South Roads right down the street, and I think she could speak for the bulk of the residents. And I that's my suggestion, and then maybe you can take a roll call of everyone else on whether they agree with her or not after she speaks.
Okay, so you want to start with David Peterson?
Right, and I don't want to. I'm not necessarily looking to examine him as much as just let him speak and support.
Yeah.
Not a witness of mine.
Sure. Okay, Mr. Peterson, if you want to go ahead and unmute and then explain to us why you are in support of this matter.
Sure. Good evening, Chairman. Again, my name is David Peterson for the record. And again, I operate the National A. Philip Randolph Pullman Porter Museum right down the street in the historic Pullman district. I've been a resident in this area since 1989. My family's been involved in community development since 1991, and we've operated a brick and mortar business since 1995. We just celebrated our 28th anniversary. In addition to that, I serve as the chairman of the Far South Chicago Coalition Transportation and Tourism Committee. We've just completed the first quality of life plan for the Far South in the last 20 years. I gave you that preface so that you can understand that we're deeply immersed in community and organic community engagement. That being the case, we're proponents of a new concept called rites of passage community development, which basically says that people who want to open up businesses in our community should and will come into our communities and engage the community first before they decide that they want to open up a business and go get letters from people for business interests. Mr. Mohsen has been very, very genuine in his attempt to engage us, and we believe that this is the type of message that we want to send to future business owners. If you want to open up a business in our community, it's imperative that you engage the community first. We think that what he's proposing to offer is something that we genuinely need, another opportunity for people to have access to produce. We're in somewhat of a food desert, but not necessarily. Walmart's down the street, but a lot of people can't get down the street to get there. So we need someone to intervene. He's proposing to do that by offering fresh produce, and we want to support that initiative. And in addition to that, we appreciate that he's opened up an open line of communication, a clear and transparent system for feedback and accountability. So what he's done is created a system where community, business owners, residents can come together, fellowship, and give our genuine feedback to him. And he's willing to listen. He's been very humble, and his humility is something that I haven't seen from people, very frankly, outside of our community who are trying to open up businesses here. Most people are a little bit arrogant, and they come in the community, open up a business, and tell us what we need as opposed to asking us first what we need. So with that being said, we genuinely support his initiative and stand in solidarity with him with this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Winona. If you could unmute and let us know why you are in support.
Hi, I'm in support for the opening of the gas station because I've been in the neighborhood since 2004. I'm a single mom, and it's times where I need to commute to get things such as medication, diapers, formula, things of that nature. And right now we don't have anywhere we can go that stays open that late. We have a gas station located at 103rd and Cottage Grove, but again, me, myself being a single mother, I wouldn't want to commute at late hours under like viaducts and things like that. So I think it would be a great idea. And also to bring jobs to the community.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm gonna kind of just go down the list of supporters. To Councilor Rain's point, if you just want to state that you agree with the support that's been expressed by David and Winona, you can do that. And if you have something new to say, you can add that, but please, it's late in the day and we really don't need redundancy. So with that being said, Christopher Franklin, if you could unmute and first let me know if you're in agreement with the support that's already been expressed.
Christopher Franklin, I am in agreement.
Do you have anything else to add?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, Corey Bilbrough, are you in agreement with the support that's already been expressed?
I am in agreement.
Do you have anything else to add?
No, sir.
Thank you. Aki Guthrow, are you in agreement with the support that's been expressed so far?
Yes.
Do you have anything else to add?
No, sir.
Thank you. Dion Field, are you in agreement with the support that has been expressed so far? Did we lose that one?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay. And do you have anything else to add?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Clarence Sanford, are you in agreement with the support that's been expressed so far?
Clarence Stanford does not have any audio device now.
Okay, all right. We're going to move to Jermaine Akins. Are you in agreement with the support that's been expressed so far?
Yeah.
Do you have anything else to add? I'm sorry, Jermaine Akins, do you have anything else to add?
No.
I can't hear him.
I thought he said no.
He said no?
That's what I heard.
Okay. All right, we're going to go with no. Denise Ali, are you in agreement with the support that's been expressed so far?
Yes, I am, especially by me being a new mother. It will be a convenience of having a new market there as well, because sometimes I can't travel that far to get to Walmart. So it would be a really, really good thing for the community.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have anything else to say?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any supporters that I have not called on that have anything new to add? Okay, hearing none, we are going to, well, I guess first I will just ask a question to the board. Does the board have any questions for the applicant at this time?
No.
Okay, I don't hear any questions from the board. So now we are going to move to the objector. Where, Joseph Jones, are you with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, excellent. Okay, this is your opportunity to state your objection, why you're an objection for this project, and you also have the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant if you wish. You don't have to, but you can if you want.
Okay, I'm in objection because first of all, we do not need 2 gas stations on that corner. I work for Illinois Department of Transportation. My title is Emergency Traffic Control Officer, where I have worked there for over 15 years. Now, when it comes to judging traffic and stuff like that, we had one guy on there talking about that wouldn't be congestion with 2 gas stations. Yes, it will. Hands down. You're going to have 2 gas stations and my business directly across the street that's been there over 30 years. My patrons park is street side because there's no parking lots. Now you add the gas station across the street. That's congested. You got the other gas station that's going to be there. We just don't need 2 gas stations in there. Also, the Roseland Chamber of Commerce is against it. Rosemore community is against it. The aldermen, we all been in a meeting together. We had multiple community meetings. None of these people that's in here today has been to the community meetings. The alderman is against it, and if he did write a letter back in Mr. Ahmad, that was for the other side of the street. It didn't come back to 511. So that gets thrown out of the one. Also, Mr. Ahmed said that he's been in the neighborhood for several years. I've never met him, and I've been in the neighborhood 30 years. Never seen this guy. They talk about the gas station, what is it, 452, been closed for several years. It's only been closed 3 years since the pandemic. So that's a farce. They keep talking about he's bringing a lot of food to the neighborhood. We have a grocery store that's been in the neighborhood for over 50 years. That's still in operation. The Food Basket. It was formerly known as the Grocery Basket. It was a large chain. Then they sold out. So that a lot of this stuff that they're talking about is incorrect. You know, I don't know where they're getting the information from, but it's not true. It's not. You know, that's about it in a nutshell. And if you need any further information from me, my name and number is on record, address, you can reach out to me, you know.
Okay, thank you for that. Did you have any questions for the applicant before we go back to the applicant for the closing?
Yeah, my question to him is, how long has he been owning the property in question?
Okay, so the question is, how long has the applicant owned the property?
I've owned the property for 5 years. And
I've been cleaning that property for 30 years.
Well, I don't know what you were doing that for. I pay someone to clean it and cut the landscape of it. And I met with the resident. I didn't meet with.
I've only seen people coming over there this year. That's it. I go there, I cut the grass, I cut the trees. I do that every summer without fail.
That's beyond my knowledge because I pay someone, landscape company.
All of the vacant properties around my business, I cut that without fail for the last 30 years.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Jones.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Jones?
That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, we've now finished with the objector, and now we are going to go to back to the applicant for a brief rebuttal and closing.
Sure. with respect to the rebuttal to the lone objector, Mr. Jones used 512 East 103rd Street as his address. That's a tavern. I don't believe Mr. Jones is a resident of this neighborhood. Secondly, I think there was overwhelming community support from the residents. You heard testimony from 2 land experts relative to the site, the operation of the business, and the criteria for the special use. There was no objection from the local alderman. There was no objection from any local communities. There was nothing but support from residents of the area. So with that, we'd like to close and ask for the board's favorable consideration, and very much for your patience, and thank you very much.
All right, I'm going to ask one last time to the commissioners just before we go. Are there any questions before we go, commissioners?
I guess I do have one now. And I guess it's for Mr. Jones. As I'm reading through some of the letters too, is there a reason, I mean, if there's 2 gas stations, is there a particular reason you're for one and not the other? Because if I remember correctly, you were here for the previous one?
Yes, I was.
How did you pick? I mean,
how did I pick? Because the first one I was there for, that guy came and introduced himself to me when he decided to buy the gas station and made his plans known to me. Then all of a sudden, here the other one pops up out of nowhere. Oh, we're going to throw a gas station right here. And as the gentleman stated earlier, they get out and greet the merchants in the area and the residents in the area. I haven't been greeted by Mr. Ahmed. That's why I asked him, how long have you owned this property? I know nothing about this dude. The only thing I've seen is the sign that they put up that what they intend to do over there. That's the only way I knew that the property was going to get redeveloped. Other than that, it's just another vacant property to me. And I'm going to keep on cleaning it up, you know, because it's an eyesore.
Mr. Jones, this is Commissioner Toye. I just want to jump in here. If you notice on the agenda we have here, this is a continuance. So the one on 511 East 103rd Street applied before the one at 452 East 103rd Street because it was a continuance. So I would imagine, and this is 11, so this was in January. So this was we're in March now, right? Yeah. So this was 2 months before. They applied 2 months before the one you I understand you didn't meet the gentleman that owns the property and is going to own the gas station. I get that. But I just want you to know this one applied first before the one at 452 East 103rd Street. You can see it right on our agenda.
I understand. He might have.
Okay. I just want to make sure you understood that, because I think the way I was understanding it, you were thinking the one at 452 East 103rd Street applied first. No, the one at 511 East 100 applied first.
No, I was saying that the one at 452 introduced itself to me.
Got it.
Okay. At 511, and then at 452, he had the sign up, you know, with the intent on what they were going to do with the property. And then later, 511 put his sign up. So that just made me think that 452 was first and 511 came late.
Okay, I'm just telling you, you know, technically 511 came first. That's all.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, but you know, as a business owner, you know, like I said, I've been there 30 years. I might not look it, but I have.
Do you live over here, or where do you live?
My mom lives upstairs over my business.
No, I said, where do you live?
I live 94th and May.
Okay, so you live on 94th. So you're about 10 blocks. Yeah, you're a little ways from here.
You know,
okay,
10-minute ride back and forth, and I'm there every day.
Yeah, I got it. So, all right, that's all I have to say, Chairman. I think we're kind of done with this. I'm just back to you.
Yes. Okay. All right. We're going to take this matter under advisement. Thank you, everybody, for your time.
Thanks for your patience, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Next up is 12-23-Z. This is 3135 North Oakley. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Again, this is 12-23-Z. This is 3135 North Oakley. If you're on the phone, it's *9 to raise your hand. Councilor Fatikas, I've got 2 witnesses for you for this one.
Yes, it should be Bert Connolly and Thomas Montgomery.
Okay.
Hello? Am I in?
Oh, yes, we've got you. Bert, if you could state your name and address, please.
Bert Connolly, 9147 South 83rd Court, Hickory Hills, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Thomas Montgomery, if you could state your name and address, please.
Sure. My name is Thomas Montgomery. My address is 1701 West 18th Place, Chicago, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. All right, I can see we've got Paul from the Alderman's office. Paul, are you in objection of this matter? Oh, you're muted.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. Let me just let me get you sworn in. Could you state your name and role, please?
Paul Sajevec, Chief of Staff, 32nd Ward, City of Chicago.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Are there any other supporters or objectors on the line? If so, please raise your hand. Again, this is 12-23-Z, 3135 North Oakley. Okay, I'm not seeing any, but here's how we're going to do it. The applicant, we're going to let them put their case on as to why the variations should be granted. Then we're going to turn it over to Paul Sajevec to explain why the alderman is in objection. Then we will go back to the applicant for rebuttal and closing. Councilor Fatikas, take it away.
Okay, thank you again. For the record, Nick Fatikas from the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Connolly Brothers, LLC. The applicant owns the subject property at 3135 North Oakley. The subject property measures 24.8 feet wide by 125 feet deep, and it's improved with a 2-story principal building at the front that contains 3 residential units and a detached coach house at the rear of the property that contains 2 additional residential units. So a total of 5 existing residential units at the property today. The issue that brings us before the board is that the building permit records for the principal building are inconsistent with the existing building conditions. And that was actually the subject of an appeal that was heard and granted by the board back in April of 22 under ZBA call number 12422A. Without getting too far into the substance of the appeal, we believe that the front building was originally constructed with 3 residential units that date back to approximately 1919. In 2007, though, a prior owner obtained a permit to reduce the unit count in the principal building from 3 units to 2 units. However, the work for that pursuant to that permit was never completed, and as best we can tell, the permit expired. The applicant purchased the property 13 years later in 2020. At that time, the at-issue garden unit was fully in place. It had front and rear entrances and fixtures and utilities that specifically serve that unit. It also remained completely independent from the other 2 units in the building above, meaning it had not been duplexed or incorporated into one of the other residential units. Photos of the garden unit, its front and rear entrances, and the service utilities were all included with our findings of fact submittal. Now, while it's not controlling with respect to the Department of Planning, we also provided a copy of the Cook County Assessor's Report, which specifically references a full and apartment basement level. A copy of the Assessor's Report was also included with our findings of fact submittal. Now, the applicant is seeking permits for interior renovation work for the principal building. In order to bring the existing unit count into full compliance so that the permits can issue, the applicant is seeking a variation pursuant to section 1713-1003BB to permit the technical addition of 1 unit, again, the garden level unit, within the principal building. I have 2 witnesses testifying this evening. The first, on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Bert Connolly, and our project architect, Mr. Thomas Montgomery. And I can start with Bert. Bert, again, you're the managing member of the applicant, Connolly Brothers, LLC.
Yes.
And that applicant entity owns the subject property located, again, 3135 North Oakley. Is that right?
Yes.
As I stated in my introduction, you purchased the building in 2020?
Yes.
And at the time of your purchase, the front building contained 3 apartment units. Is that right?
Yes.
And the rear coach house building contained an additional 2 apartment units. Is that right?
Yes.
So again, that's a total of 5 existing units at the time of your purchase of the property, right?
Yes. Yes.
However, Bert, when you applied for a permit to renovate the front building, the city challenged the number of legal units in the building and pointed to a 2007 conversion permit. Is that right?
Correct.
But again, the work on that permit was never completed by the prior owner. And as best we can tell, that conversion permit lapsed. Is that right?
Yes.
Still, per the city, it's part of the permit history for the property. Is that right?
Yes.
So in order to resolve the issue, you're here seeking a variation to bring the existing building conditions and the existing residential unit count in the principal building specifically into full compliance with the ordinance, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And doing that again would allow you to obtain the permits required for the more involved interior renovation restoration project to that building.
Yes.
And provided the board grants the requested relief, your plan is to rent all of the units on the open market?
Yes.
And you've provided the board with a summary of your projected costs as well as your anticipated return. Is that right?
Yes.
And at this point, permitting the garden unit is critical to the viability of the project because the 3-unit building has sat vacant for over 2 years. Excuse me. As we've worked through the zoning review process with the alderman's office, the appeal, and now the variation, correct?
Yes.
And Bert, is it your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes.
Thank you. Thomas, again, you're a licensed architect in the state of Illinois?
Yes, I am.
And you've previously testified in that capacity before this board, is that right?
That's right. Yep.
You've prepared the plans to renovate the principal building and re-permit the existing garden unit at the subject property, is that right?
That's right.
And is it your professional opinion that the existing non-conforming building conditions, the inconsistent building permit record, and even the assessor's data for the property, all taken together, create the practical hardships in this case?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the ordinance, you believe that all of the necessary approval criteria are being met, is that right?
Yes.
And again, that specifically involves the voluntary repair of a principal building more than 50 years old.
Yes.
The total number of resulting units is 5, which is within the section 6-unit limit. Is that right?
Yes.
The total number of legal units was altered by a prior owner's unacted on conversion permit in 2007.
Yes.
And the requested density increase is only 1 unit, correct?
Correct.
And you also believe that the general criteria for variations are being met because, again, we're attempting to bring an existing non-conforming building into full compliance with the zoning ordinance. Is that right?
That's right.
And Chairman, we did testify to this in our findings of fact and sworn statements. I don't know if it's necessary, again, to go through each of the individual standards. In the interest of time, I'll follow your lead on that.
I mean, The Alderman's office is here in objection, so I think you better go through it.
Okay, all right. Tom, in your professional opinion, will the granting of this variation be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to other property or improvements in the area?
No, because this relief is limited to the density of the property. So there's no changes to the massing or footprint of the existing building or coach house. And it'll allow the applicant to bring the existing building into full compliance with the zoning and building code.
Will the variation impair an adequate supply of light and air to adjacent properties?
No, the existing building height and setbacks will not change. The relief is specific to the existing garden unit.
So within the physical structure, there's no expansion proposed?
Correct.
Will the variation increase the danger of fire or endanger public safety?
No, this building will be fully permitted to allow safe residential occupancy.
Will the variation, in your opinion, substantially increase congestion in the public streets in the area?
No, the proposed 5 residential unit total in the subject property is the same density that had existed at the property for more than 50 years. Also note that the subject property is not currently supported by any off-street parking, and the increase of 1 residential unit in a building more than 50 years old does not trigger any additional parking requirements.
And will this variation, in your opinion, diminish or impair property values in the area?
No, the 5 residential unit total is the same that has existed at the property for 50 years.
And lastly, in your opinion, will the variation alter the essential character of the area?
No, it will not. The variation will bring the existing unit total into full compliance. The multi-unit residential property will remain as it exists today and will not alter the residential character of the neighborhood.
And again, the multi-unit residential building is going to remain a multi-unit residential building, correct?
Right.
And Tom, is it your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members have about our request.
Any questions from the board at this time? Okay, let's go to Paul Sedgwick. Could you let us know why you're here in objection?
Sure, Chairman, good evening. So our strong opposition to the requested variance stems from 2 primary concerns. The first is our review of the lot and the 2 residential structures that occupy it clearly indicates that it does not meet the standard of creating practical difficulties or particular hardships for the subject property. Second, after conducting a walking survey of the blocks surrounding the subject lot and assessing the context and character of this area, it is evident that 5 residential units on a single standard nearly 25 by 125 lot is inconsistent with and would alter the character of the neighborhood. So I think, our objection can be basically summarized that having 5 units on a single lot is not consistent with the neighborhood that this property is located in. The average number of units or lots in and around that area that are on local residential streets is a little over 1.6, as noted in the information that we provided in our letter of objection. And so it is a significant departure from the surrounding context and character. Further, we are concerned about the idea that that there's some sort of inconsistencies. The certificate of zoning compliance, when the purchaser bought the building in 2020, clearly indicated that there were 4 total units on the property. Further, there was construction work in the coach house to renovate the coach house without permits, which in addition to the fact that they didn't make any effort to address the existing inconsistencies between the former building permit that was pulled and the certificate of zoning compliance, and then sort of compounded the issues by doing renovation work in the coach house without permits, is sort of creating a playbook, if you will, for the next person, the person after that, who might, not want to have to comply with applicable city, zoning and building codes. So we think that having 4 units on this single lot, which is already 3 more than is allowed under the prevailing RS3 zoning, is excessive and it's inconsistent. We've received support of that position from both Roscoe Village neighbors and Hamlin Park neighbors. And so given all of those factors, we respectfully ask that the board, deny the requests in this particular case. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Paul, I was taking some notes as you were going through the objection. You said the average number of units is 1.6. Is that for where does that number come from, and what's the area?
Sure, that's a walking survey that we conducted of the nearby properties on the local residential streets that are sort of included in the block, if you will, that's that surrounds that area. So it includes properties on the 3100 block of Oakley, the 2200 block of Fletcher, the 3100 block of Levitt, and the 2200 block of Baird. So it's a process of going to all the other nearby residential lots that are on local streets, not arterial streets, but local streets, and basically, counting up and confirming how many units there are, and then, calculating what the average and the maximum is. I should also note that there is no single lot in that group, that block group, if you will, that has more than 4 units. The only one that does is a 8-unit building that was a spot up zone approved by the prior alderman, prior to Alderman Wagaspak taking office, that was very stringently opposed by the local neighborhood, and it was used as a kind of a key issue in the campaign. So there's a history of opposition to even that level of density, and this request is basically to go one step beyond that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I have a quick question. This is Commissioner Esposito. So did you include that outlier in your average?
Yes.
So even with the 8-unit building on the same block as this, you end up...
So it's 8 units across 2 lots. So we would consider that to be 4 units per lot for that one particular development, which again is an outlier itself, hotly contested. The only example of a spot up zone and new construction in recent years. And so, but yes, it's included in the numbers.
Okay. What about across the street from that? Isn't there another one? Aren't there 2 side by side across the street from each other on Oakley?
Well, the one that I was just referring to, the 2-lot 8-unit building, is across Fletcher Street from this subject property, if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, and isn't it adjacent to another larger multi-unit building?
The property south of it has 3 units, the properties to the and most of the properties to the north and to the east of it have 1.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions from the board? All right, we're going to bring it back to the applicant for rebuttal and closing.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to try and make this really short. I would like to ask a few questions of Mr. Connolly. The representative from the Alderman's office referenced work done without a permit to the coach house. Did you hear those statements, Bert?
Yes, I did.
And is it true that you actually did do some cleanup work in that unit after tenants who had actually been not very kind to the unit ruined, put holes in the floor, and actually damaged some of the cabinets? Is that right?
They destroyed the place. They destroyed it.
And in terms of the scope of work, you did not change plumbing, you did not change electrical, you did not change structural conditions within the coach house unit. Is that right?
No.
It was all cosmetic and repair based, correct?
Yes.
And after the alderman's office raised the concern about work being done without a permit, you went in and obtained a repair and replace permit to cover that scope of work specific to the coach house. Is that right?
Yes, and yes, because wanted to make sure we didn't want to think we were taking advantage of anybody, so we got the permits to cover it. I don't think they were necessary though, but we got them anyway.
And that was my point. Even though they weren't necessary as a show of good faith, you did go forward and get repair replace permits to fix the unit back up so that you could get it back on the market. Is that right?
Yes.
And
yes.
all this time, the front three unit building has remained completely vacant, correct?
Yes.
It's been stuck on this permit review issue that dates back to the appeal in early 2022.
Yeah, going on 3 years now.
And Bert, no, that's good with Bert. Chairman, if I can briefly conclude, if there are any other questions, we'd answer them, of course, but if I can briefly conclude.
Yeah, let me just ask one last time. Are there any questions from the board before the applicant closes out? Okay, go ahead and close, Counselor.
Chairman, I very much appreciate that this property is an outlier. That's part of the hardship. This is a non-conforming property built in 1919 with 3 units in the front building, 2 units in the rear building. While I absolutely appreciate that it exceeds the lot calculation that Mr. Sajovic testified to on his walking survey, it ignores the fact that there is an actual permit history that says at least until 2007, we know for certain that this was a 5-unit building. So yes, it is an outlier. There was a permit that was pulled. That permit was not acted on. Again, that was the basis of the appeal that led us back to the board under this variation. We're trying to retain or preserve the status quo. It's always been a 3-unit front building. If the variation is approved, it stays a 3-unit building. We're not adding to the density beyond what exists in the building today. We had the architect testify to the standards for variation. We believe all of those standards are being met. And again, I thank the board for their patience tonight in hearing this case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will take this matter under advisement. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, next up is calendar numbers 15-23-S, 16-23-S, and 17-23-Z. This is 1515 West 43rd Street. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. Okay, Councillor Gates Alford, do you have 4 witnesses?
We do have 4 witnesses on our list, but I'm only planning to call 3 of them in the interest of time this evening.
Okay, and which ones are those?
So we'll be calling Mr. Taveras, Mr. Metz, and Mr. Poulos.
Okay.
Mr. Verne is also on the line if there are any questions from the board for him.
Okay, great. Mr. Taveras, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Richard Taveras, and my business is located at 1556 West 43rd Street, Chicago, Illinois 60609.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Peter Poulos, we've seen you today already, haven't we?
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner.
Yes, okay. So Peter Poulos, for the record, has been sworn in already and his expertise has been recognized. Mr. Metz, can you state your name and address, please?
Randy Metz, 826 East Maple, Lombard, Illinois, 60148.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let me just scan to see if we have any objectors. Counselor, I'm not seeing any objectors. You can proceed with the short form. Okay. Oh, actually, let me read the recommendations first. Okay, this is the recommendation for calendar number 15-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of off-site parking lot at 1515 West 43rd Street to serve an existing cold storage warehouse and distribution facility located at 1556 West 43rd Street, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Artico Cold Storage Chicago LLC, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the conceptual site plan March 13, 2023, prepared by Ware Malcolm, and landscape plan and landscape specifications dated March 13, 2023, prepared by Metz and Company. Now I also have the department's recommendation for calendar number 16-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of vehicle storage and towing use, provided the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Artico Cold Storage Chicago LLC, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the conceptual site plan dated March 13, 2023, prepared by Ware Malcolm, and landscape plan and landscape specifications dated March 13, 2023, prepared by Metz and Company. And with that, Counselor, you may proceed with the short form.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Betsy Gates Alford. I'm an attorney with the firm of Burke, Warren, McKay, and Saratella, with offices at 330 North Wabash, 21st floor, Chicago, 60611. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, Artico Cold Storage Chicago LLC, and also the property owner, KCS Icebox West 43rd Street owner LLC. First, briefly, just wanted to thank the board for your time and your patience this evening hearing our matter, and the DPD staff, Nancy Radzovich and her team, for helping us with all the plan reviews and getting ready to come before you this evening. I know it's getting late in the day, so we're going to try to keep this pretty brief, but of course, we are happy to answer any questions that the board members may have. So the subject site, which is shown on your screen, is currently zoned in the Planned Manufacturing District 8A district. It is located in the Stockyards Industrial Park and is surrounded by manufacturing, warehouse, and distribution uses. This application, or all three applications actually, are submitted in order to bring a long-standing existing use into compliance with the current zoning code standards. So the subject site, which you see on your screen, is currently paved and used as a parking lot. It's used to provide ancillary parking, both for guests and employees, as well as storage and staging areas for trucks and trailers on the south portion of the site. And those uses are ancillary to an existing cold storage, warehousing, and distribution facility that's located directly across the street on the north side of West 43rd Street. The need for the ancillary parking across the street arises from the limited space on the property with the building facility, and therefore for a long period of time, 40 years or more, the 1515 West 43rd Street site has been used for ancillary parking and staging areas. So we have applied for 2 special use permits and variations. The first special use permit, as the chairman mentioned, is for an off-site parking lot to continue to serve that cold storage facility across the street. Second is a special use permit for a fleet storage yard, again, to be used in connection with the facility across the street. And then lastly, we're seeking 3 variations, a variation regarding the number of interior parking lot trees, a setback variation that would be to allow an existing ornamental fence along the street side to remain. It's in good condition, but it is within the required 5-foot setback. And then lastly, to eliminate the requirement to install hose bibs every 100 feet within a perimeter landscaped area. So just briefly to provide a little background, the current owner purchased this property last year in 2022, along with that property across the street with the cold storage facility located on it. The applicant is the current tenant of both parcels, Artico. They entered into a long-term lease beginning in 2022 for both sites. The properties have been under common ownership and use for this same purpose for more than 40 years, with the offsite parking being used to support operation of the warehousing and storage facility. The applicant and the owner are just proposing to continue the longstanding existing use on this site, but make various significant improvements to bring the property into conformity with the city's current code in connection with the continuation of the offsite parking use. The new improvements will include repaving and installing new curbing and pavement improvements, improving the stormwater drainage facilities, and installing new perimeter and interior landscaping. As you may have seen on the earlier aerial images, there's currently no meaningful interior landscaping on this site and only minimal perimeter landscaping. I did want to point out one change that arose from working through some plan review comments with DPD regarding the landscaping since we filed our application. We originally asked for a variation to install 23 trees for interior landscaping as opposed to the required 39. We actually worked with DPD on some comments that slightly reconfigured the area or the layout of the landscape islands in the parking lot. So rather than what we originally proposed of 23 trees, we're now proposing 24 for an additional tree. So we actually are seeking slightly lesser degree of variation than what was included in our original application. We have met with Alderman Lee, Nicole Lee, about this project, and she did provide a letter of support, which was submitted to DPD today. We have submitted, of course, our proposed findings of fact with affidavits and materials in support. And so with that, I will proceed to call our first witness, Mr. Chairman, if with your permission.
Yes, please.
Thank you. I'd like to call Richard Taveras first, please.
Yep, I'm here.
Mr. Taveras, you have been previously sworn in, but if you could please just state your name and address again for the record.
Yes, Richard Taveras, 1556 West 43rd Street, Chicago, Illinois, 60609.
And you are the Chief Executive Officer of the applicant Artico Cold Storage, is that correct?
Yes.
And Artico is currently leasing the subject site at 1515 West 43rd Street, as well as that cold storage warehouse and distribution facility across the street, the address of which is 1556 West 43rd. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when Artico began leasing these properties, the subject site was already improved with the offsite parking lot and fleet storage area. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you briefly describe how that parking and staging area is used in connection with the cold storage operation?
Yes, the parking is principally used for employee parking, guest parking, and any vendors that come to visit the facility or customers that come to visit the facility. Beyond that, the trailer staging is primarily there for any trucks that are waiting to come to our doors, and it basically prevents them from staging themselves on the street and blocking traffic. So it's a really convenient use, and it's convenient for us, and it's convenient for our carriers that come to visit us.
And to the best of your knowledge, the activities you just described are consistent with how the subject site has been used for the last several decades. Is that correct?
Yes, since the 1960s.
And there's a hardship in this case with respect to the layout of the parking lot because of the insufficient space to provide similar amounts of parking and staging areas on the storage facility property across the street. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's due to the existing condition of the property, correct? When you began leasing it, pardon me.
Correct.
Thank you. And if the requested special uses and variations are approved, Artico and the property owner are planning to make improvements to the parking and fleet storage facilities to bring them into compliance with the city's current code standards. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Taveras, prior to this hearing, you were provided with proposed findings of fact and an affidavit that you executed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it's your understanding that that affidavit was submitted to the board in advance of this hearing?
Yes.
And are you familiar that there were some minor modifications made to the proposed plans after you executed that affidavit that increased the number of trees proposed within the parking lot from 23 to 24, and also increased the number of proposed automobile parking spaces on the subject site from 49 to 55, including 3 ADA spaces? Is that correct?
Yes.
And you're familiar with those updates to the plans?
Yes, I am.
And subject to those plan changes that we just discussed, if you were to continue to testify here today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements made in the affidavit that you executed prior to the hearing?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Taveras. I would proceed to call Randy Metz, please.
Ready.
Mr. Metz, you've been previously sworn in. Could you please just state your name and address again for the record?
Randy Metz, 826 East Maple Street, Lombard, Illinois, 60148.
Thank you. And Mr. Metz, you are a licensed landscape architect in the state of Illinois and the principal of Metz & Company. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you and your company retained to prepare a landscape plan in connection with the applicant's proposed use of the subject site?
Yes, we were.
And is it your understanding that a copy of the landscape plan that you prepared was submitted to the commission prior to this hearing?
Yes.
And is that the same plan that's displayed on the screen?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Could you just briefly describe the existing conditions on the subject site as it relates to the landscaping?
The current project site is primarily used for vehicle and truck parking and is completely void of any landscape and plant material. The only landscape improvement is an ornamental fence that is located along the south side of the sidewalk to 34th Street or 34th Road, or I'm sorry. Any landscape that is on the site or adjacent to the site are you can see are the existing trees that are illustrated on the adjoining properties. And these are all located off-site.
And could you briefly describe for us as well the landscaping improvements that are proposed based on the plan that you prepared?
Our emphasis when preparing the landscape plan was to bring the public frontage area up to code, where we're meeting the code requirements for both the parkway trees and parking lot screening. For the interior landscape area, we used what area was available and planted as many trees as possible without overcrowding them or placing them in areas that would be in conflict with any vehicular movements. As a result, we ended up with 24 interior shade trees.
And that number of the 24 interior shade trees, that's an increase of 1 tree over the 23 that were originally proposed when the application was filed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you were able to increase the number of trees by enlarging and reconfiguring the placement of them within the landscape islands?
Yes, that was at the request of staff to add 1 more tree to the site.
And could you also explain why the full required number of 39 interior trees was not able to be provided at this parking facility based on its size and the need for the vehicle movements within the site?
Based upon the site plan that was provided, there are spatial limitations which made it difficult to locate all 39 trees within the interior portion of the parking lot, even though we do meet the overall open space requirements. If you actually just look at the area that's required for the automotive parking area, I estimate 11 or 12 trees would have been required just for the automotive parking area. We are actually providing 14 trees within that same area. When you include the area needed for truck movements and parking, the only remaining area that's really feasible for planting trees would be along that southern portion of the property where we are proposing 10 additional tree plantings. So in my professional opinion, I think it would be infeasible to plant an additional 15 trees on this site.
Thank you. And the Chicago zoning code also generally requires the installation of hose bibs every 100 feet within a perimeter landscaped area for irrigation purposes. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
And we are, based upon the plan that you provided, seeking a variation from that hose bib requirement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you briefly explain why hose bibs are not well suited in this location and for the species that you included in your plan?
With this being an auxiliary parking lot across the street from the main facility, I don't think the infrastructure really is there to provide adequate areas for water hookup and to locate the various facilities that would to go along with a water service, like a backflow preventer, water meters, and or an irrigation controller if quick couplers were used. So from my professional opinion, or in my professional opinion, I normally don't recommend for my clients to install irrigation systems or watering systems just to irrigate trees and shrubs. Once trees and shrubs become established, they don't really require continuous watering. In fact, I think continuous watering can be detrimental to some plants, especially evergreen trees or evergreens, which a majority of these trees or shrubs, are evergreens. So also when I was preparing the landscape plan, I tried to select plant material based on their ability to withstand drought conditions. Furthermore, we added a temporary watering specification to the specification page that will require the installing contractor to water and maintain the plant material and turf areas to help get them established.
Thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Metz.
Okay.
Next, I would call Peter Poulos.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Poulos. You've been previously sworn in and your expertise was recognized. If you could please just state your name and address again for the record.
Peter Poulos, address 230 West Monroe, Suite 2125, Chicago, Illinois, 60606.
Thank you. And Mr. Poulos, you are a certified general real estate appraiser in the state of Illinois and managing director of BBG Chicago Real Estate Services. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in connection with this application, were you retained by the applicant to conduct an analysis of the proposed special uses on the site, and particularly their impact on property values and general welfare of the surrounding area?
Yes, I was.
And did you have an opportunity to visit the subject site and familiarize yourself with the property and the surrounding area?
Yes, I did.
And based on your analysis, did you develop a professional opinion as to whether the requested special use would have any adverse impacts on property values within this area?
Yes, and my opinion was that it would not have an adverse impact on surrounding property values.
And did you also develop an opinion as to whether the requested special uses would be appropriate in the proposed location and whether they would have any beneficial impacts on the surrounding area and property values?
Yes, I did. The proposed use would alleviate traffic congestion, reduce the demand for on-street parking, and it also provide accessory parking for the cold storage facility across the street.
And you memorialized these opinions and your underlying analysis and evaluations in a written report. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's your understanding that that report was submitted to the board prior to this hearing in connection with the applicant's proposed findings of fact. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did that written report that was submitted set forth the bases of your opinions that you just testified to, that the proposed use is appropriate in the proposed location, will have beneficial impacts on the welfare of the surrounding area and no adverse impacts on the surrounding property values?
Yes, it did.
Now, are you aware that after you prepared your written report, some minor adjustments were made to the proposed plans that included increasing the number of parking spaces from 49 spaces, as stated in your report, to 55, and adjusting the landscape island configuration to increase the number of interior parking lot trees from 23 to 24?
Yes, I was.
And have you reviewed those updated plans?
I have.
Do those plans impact or change any of the analysis or conclusions stated in your original report?
No, they do not.
Is it your opinion then that based on the revised plans, the proposed use still will be beneficial to the general welfare of the area, appropriate in the proposed location, and will have no adverse impacts on surrounding property values?
Yes, it is.
Subject to those minor plan modifications that we just discussed, if you were to continue to testify today, would your testimony and your professional opinions be consistent with the statements made in the written report that you previously submitted?
Yes, they would.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions, and that concludes our case in chief, but we are happy to address any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? All right, we have what we need. We will take this under advisement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, everyone.
All right, last up is calendar numbers 24-23-S, 25-23-S, 26-23-Z, and 27-23-Z. This is 3311 West Carroll. If you're here in objection or support of this matter, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted. Okay. Councillor Noonan, you've got 3 witnesses?
I've got 4 witnesses, but 3 of them will be testifying. 1 is available for questions.
Okay. I have 3 on my list. I've got Stephanie Love Patterson, Jackie Davis, and George Kissel.
Yes, that's correct. I submitted a form a few days ago adding Jaime Torres Carmona, registered architect and principal with Canopy Architecture and Design, to be available for questions if the board would grant that.
Okay. All right. Let me get your witnesses sworn in, and then it does appear that I'm guessing, well, I don't know if they're in support or objection, but we'll find out. We have other people on the call. All right. So Stephanie, can you state your name and address, please? You're muted.
Sorry, I just unmuted myself.
There you go.
Trying to avoid that. Stephanie Love Patterson, and my work address is 1116 North Kedzie Avenue, 5th floor, Chicago, Illinois, 60651.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Jackie Davis, can you state your name and address, please?
Absolutely. My name's Jackie Davis. I'm a project architect at Canopy Architecture and Design, registered architect in the state of Illinois, and Canopy's offices are located at 180 West Washington Street, Suite 200 in Chicago, Illinois.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Oh, no.
Thank you. And George Kissel, we've seen you today already, haven't we? Oh, you're muted right now.
That is correct.
Okay, great. So for the record, George Kissel has already been sworn in, and his expertise has been recognized. And let me get Mr. Torres Carmona, just in case. We'll get him sworn in. Do we have him?
Hello. Yes.
Yes. All right, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, I am Jaime Torres Carmona, principal and founder of Canopy Architecture and Design in Chicago, located at 180 West Washington Street in Chicago.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Okay, now let me start calling some of the others. Gary Marks, are you here in support or objection?
Objection.
Okay. Could you state, I'm gonna ask you, for everybody, I'm gonna ask you to state your name and address, and if there's a unit or apartment number in your address, please do provide that so that we make sure that a copy of the resolution gets to the correct address. So Gary, with that said, can you state your name and address, please?
Gary Marks, 3335 West Carroll. And my wife and I also own 3337 West Carroll, and right in front of the subject property, 3316 West Carroll.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Let's see here. Got Linda Tortolero. If you could, are you here in support or objection?
I'm here in support.
Okay. Could you state your name and address, please?
Sure. This is Linda Tortolero, 808 South Oakley, Unit 1E, Chicago, Illinois, 60612.
And could you spell your last name for the record, please?
Sure. T as in Tom, O-R, T as in Tom, O-L-E-R-O.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Shar Rivette?
Yes,
Are you here in support or objection?
I'm here in support.
Okay, could you state your name and address, please?
Yes, Shar Rivette, 3140 North Kenneth Avenue, Chicago, Illinois, 60641.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Amanda Pyron.
Hi,
Hi, are you here in support or objection?
I'm in support.
Okay, could you state your name and address, please?
Sure, my name is Amanda Pyron, and my business address is 33 North Dearborn, Chicago, Illinois, 60602.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, have I called all of the supporters or objectors or anybody here who is planning to testify on this matter today? I think I've got everybody, but if not, please raise your hand. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised. So let me just, since we do have an objector, let me begin by saying this is how the case is going to proceed. First, we're going to start. The applicant is going to put on their case in chief. And then we're going to turn to the supporters to put on their testimony as to why they're in support of the matter. Then we're going to turn to the objector. So the objector can express the objection and why they're objecting to the matter. They'll also have the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant and supporters. After that, we're going to go back to the applicant for a rebuttal and closing, and then the board will take it under advisement. And throughout, the board will be asking questions of, or can ask questions of the applicant or the supporters or objectors. With that said, Councilor Noonan, if you know what, actually, one last thing. The department's recommendation. Let me read the department's recommendation, and then we will, I'll hand it over to Councilor Noonan. Okay, this is the recommendation for calendar number 24-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed community center in an existing 1- and 2-story building with a proposed 3-story addition, provided 1, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, connections for abused women and their children. 2, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan, zoning use plan, 2 sheets, basement floor plan, first floor plan, second floor plan, third floor plan, exterior elevations north-south, exterior elevations east-west, landscape plan, dated March 17, 2023, prepared by Canopy Architecture Design, and 3, prior to issuance of permits, plans, and elevations with proposed commercial grade fixed insulated window on west wall of pet kennel area are submitted to Department of Planning and Development for review and approval. Okay, and here's the recommendation for calendar number 25-23-S. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed domestic violence shelter in an existing 1- and 2-story building with a proposed 3-story addition, provided 1, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, connections for abused women and their children. 2, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the site plan, zoning use plan, 2 sheets, basement floor plan, first floor plan, second floor plan, third floor plan, exterior elevations north-south, exterior elevations east-west, landscape plan dated March 17, 2023, prepared by Canopy Architecture Design, and 3, prior to issuance of permits, plans, and elevations with proposed commercial grade fixed insulated window on west wall of pet kennel area are submitted to Department of Planning and Development for review and approval. And with that, Councilor Noonan, please put on your case in full.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening to you and the rest of the members of the board. My name is Mike Noonan. I'm with Foley & Lardner with offices at 321 North Clark Street, Suite 3000 in Chicago. Together, I'm here with Donna Pugh, a partner at Foley & Lardner, and we represent the applicant, Connections for Abused Women and Their Children, or CAWC for short. And I just want to note that we're very proud to represent CAWC on a pro bono basis. Here with me today are applicant representative Stephanie Love Patterson, Executive Director of CAWC, Jackie Davis, Registered Architect and Project Architect with Canopy Architecture and Design, who will be testifying, Jaime Torres Carmona, Registered Architect and Principal with Canopy Architecture and Design, who is available for questions, and finally, our urban planner, George Kissel of Oak Kissel and Associates. The applicant, CAWC, is before you tonight seeking 2 special uses and 2 variations to modify an existing building, 331 West Carroll, into a much-needed domestic violence shelter and community center with accessory offices. They've submitted this request with permission of the current owners, 331 Arts Building, LLC. The applicant is proposing to modify and expand the existing building by adding a modest 3-story addition adjacent to the existing building, as well as 9 on-site parking spaces. The addition will allow CAWC to operate a 45-bed domestic violence shelter with 9 separate bedrooms, along with a community center that will provide counseling and other services, as well as accessory office space for CAWC's administrative staff in the existing portion. The applicant is seeking a special use for a domestic violence shelter, a special use for a community center, a variation to reduce the rear yard setback from 45 to 0 feet to align with the existing building, and a variation to reduce the required rear yard open space from 1,248 square feet to 0 feet, given that the outdoor spaces being provided on level 2, there are outdoor spaces being provided on level 2 of the shelter. As set forth in our findings of fact, this request meets the criteria for approval of special uses and for variations, and the development will have a positive impact on the surrounding area. First, I'd like to call Stephanie Love Patterson with the applicant. Ms. Patterson, please state your name, profession, and business address.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, my name is Stephanie Love Patterson. I am the Executive Director at Connections for Abused Women and Their Children, CAWC for short. The address is 1116 North Kedzie Avenue, 5th floor, Chicago, Illinois, 60651.
Ms. Love Patterson, is it correct that you filed this application with the consent of the landowner, 3311 Arts Building, LLC?
Yes.
Ms. Patterson, is it also correct that as Executive Director of CAWC, you have specific knowledge of the subject property and the project?
Yes, I do.
And Ms. Patterson, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. And is it correct that, I'd like to ask you to speak briefly about CAWC, their history in Chicago, and their work.
Sure. CAWC is the oldest domestic violence organization in the city of Chicago, celebrating over 40 years of providing services. We actually started the city's first 24-hour domestic violence hotline and the city's first 24-hour emergency domestic violence shelter called Greenhouse Shelter, which is part of the matter and why we're here today. Greenhouse Shelter is a 120-day stay bed for adult and child victims of domestic violence, where they receive individual and group counseling, other resources, including housing, assistance with housing, education, employment. We also operate a program with the 14th Police District out of Greenhouse Shelter, as well as after-hour access to orders of protection. Other services include medical-based services at Stroger Hospital and Northwestern Memorial Hospital, Haymarket Substance Abuse Treatment Center, and the other part of the matter that we're here is the Humboldt Park Outreach Program. All of our services provide individual and group counseling. Our walk-in program for the Humboldt Park Outreach project also has a family trauma therapist that works specifically with children, helping to reconnect after the damage has done as a result of witnessing and or experiencing domestic violence. We also run a legal advocacy program out of that walk-in center where we have individuals who assist victims and domestic violence with securing orders of protection. In addition, we provide a significant amount of training and outreach to community organizations like police departments, to churches, to other social service agencies, hairdressers, pretty much whoever will listen to us, we provide services, outreach services and training to them.
Thank you very much. And can you speak briefly about this project, including why CAWC chose this location?
Absolutely. Chairman, we are, so going back to our shelter facility, it's an 100-year-old building, 100 plus. And it really has taken a beating. You can imagine having services around the clock, 365 days a year. It simply is, just we're making repairs every day, and it's difficult to maintain those repairs. The facility happens to be in the historic district, in a confidential location in the Wicker Park community. So we cannot tear it down to make it into what we really want it to be and what our residents and our staff actually deserve in terms of just a quality space for our services, where there's privacy and where there's just access to growth. And so we are seeking to, and before I say that, our other program, the Humboldt Park Outreach Program, which is also what we're seeking one of the special uses for, is housed at Association House. And in both locations, over the 23 years that I've been with the organization, we've worked magic to try to utilize every possible space in those facilities to make everything work. And one of the good things about our work is that we're growing as a result of the increasing rise of domestic violence, the need for domestic violence services. We find that we have to grow in order to meet those needs, and we simply can't do it at either of those two spaces. And so that's why we seek to build a facility that's state of the art, that has opportunities for a technology center. We talked about kennel space for animals, because that's a huge barrier for individuals to leave in some instances. Those that are pet lovers on this call may understand that and also just to enhance the services that we have for children and for adult victims of domestic violence. And again, just to grow to meet additional needs. So why did we pick this area? It was a really long and comprehensive search throughout the city of Chicago. And we have certain criteria that we look for. And that's one is we don't want to abandon the current location and community that we serve. This location would allow us to maintain that footprint. Also, we needed a location that's close to transportation, the location that's close to a hospital, a location that's close to a school. And probably most importantly, we really wanted to find a space where it's safe, a neighborhood that's safe, that where people do everything that our clients want to do, where they're going to work and they're going to school and those sorts of things. And we found that in the space at 3311 West Carroll Street.
Thank you, Ms. Love Patterson. And in your estimation, what would be the impact on this project if the two variations being sought by CAWC were not granted and the project had to proceed in strict compliance with the zoning code?
If we didn't get the two variances approved and we had to move forward with the strict code, it would have a dramatic effect on our ability, on the services that we would provide. Right now, there's already a shortage of beds, domestic violence beds in the city of Chicago. And CAWC right now operates with our current 42 beds. We operate about 30% of those beds in the city of Chicago. If we had to adhere to that strict code, that would mean eliminating 17 of those beds, which would be a 37% decrease. And that would also amount to a loss of over 6,000 nights of shelter. And I just have to say, this city, with the rising number of domestic violence related calls, can't afford to lose those beds. We just can't. And so if we had to adhere to those strict codes, we simply could not utilize this space in order to have our proposed 45-bed shelter.
Thank you very much. And could you speak a bit about the community and neighborhood outreach around this project, including any coordination you've done with the aldermen, any letters that you've received from local organizations or neighbors?
Sure. So we have had several meetings with Alderman Irvin, and one of them was even as we were in we had a community meeting at Joshua Missionary Baptist Church. This church actually sits right in the middle of the block to which we are, for the building that we're looking at on Carroll Street. Joshua Church has been a great avenue for us to reach the community, as we've had at least 3 different meetings, one of which two actually, I was allowed to speak to the congregation, including community members, to introduce CAWC and to introduce our plans for a shelter and to just talk about how we can be a great resource for the community. We have, and so I was actually invited to stay afterwards, after one service, to collect 16 letters of support from the congregation there. In total, we've received 20 letters of support, including letters of support from our current alderman, where shelter is Alderman Brian Hopkins. We've also received letters from the 14th Police District. We've also received letters from various social service organizations, including Mujeres Latinas en Acción, the Network, and the Chicago Children's Advocacy Center. I would also say, in terms of the community outreach, I've had a lot of calls with the CEO of Breakthrough Urban Ministries, which is kind of an anchor social service organization in that community. And one of the things that we discussed on multiple calls was the fact that even during their recent strategic plan, despite all of the many services that they provide, they have one big gap, and that gap was domestic violence services. And so we've already started having conversations about how we'll collaborate once we're in the neighborhood, and not just once we're part of the neighbors, but even right now we've had some of those collaborations. And lastly, I'll say we've already been a resource to the church in terms of, and the community in terms of providing services based on a couple of referrals that we've had already, and we're not even neighbors.
Thank you very much. That was very thorough, and I'm sure you've covered everything in your affidavit, but I'm just going to ask for the record, is it correct that you provided a signed witness affidavit in connection with this matter?
Yes, I did.
And if you continued to testify today, would your testimony be consistent with the statements in your affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Thank you very much. Next up, I'd like to call Jackie Davis.
Yes.
Ms. Davis, please state your name, profession, and business address for the record.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for hearing our case this late into the evening. My name is Jackie Davis. I'm a project architect, again, with Canopy Architecture and Design here in Chicago. I'm a registered architect in the state of Illinois, and Canopy's offices are located at 180 West Washington Street, Suite 200 in Chicago.
Thank you. And is it correct, as the project architect, you have specific knowledge of the subject property and the project?
Yes, absolutely, I do.
Is it also correct that in order for the proposed project to be feasible and most impactful to those served by CAWC, it was necessary to design the building in a way that required variations for rear yard setbacks and rear yard open space?
Yes. I'd love to tell you about it. We have designed the building with an eye for adaptive reuse to allow appropriate separation of programming as discussed with the multiple uses, which we discovered upon our client stakeholder engagement process with CAWC. Preserving the existing building allows us to maintain the historical character of the block while adding a sensitive addition that will provide a much needed shelter program all in one space for the services to interact and be adjacent to one another. We also considered how CAWC can get the most use from the space while appropriately locating staff and residents within the building and adhering to zoning height and floor area standards, while also adding secured on-site parking to the site, which did not previously exist.
Thank you. Ms. Davis, can you speak briefly about the unique existing conditions on the subject site?
Of course. Because the site was rezoned RT4, the current building, which stands there now, would now be considered non-conforming to current zoning standards, which we are seeking variations for. Since this building was built all the way back to the lot line on the south end of the site. It is not unusual for buildings on this block to contain improvements all the way to the alley. The current building site layout also relies entirely on current diagonal on-street parking in the front of the building.
And can you speak briefly about how the new design, including the requested variations, is going to improve the functionality of the site and the building?
Yes, the building has been designed to comply with the code, fit in with other buildings on the block, and provide amenities for the staff and residents, including, but not limited to, 9 new secure parking spaces at the rear lot off the alley at grade, tucked under the second floor of the back portion of the building, approximately 820 square feet of outdoor protected open space for residents located on patios on level 2 of the building, as opposed to the required grade level rear yard open space, and achieving compliance with all other requirements of the RT zoning district, including height and floor area ratio.
And Ms. Davis, in your opinion, if these variations were not sought, would strict compliance with the regulations and standards of the zoning ordinance create a practical difficulty or particular hardship for the subject property?
Yes, indeed it would. We submitted an additional exhibit explaining the hardship. If the portion of the new addition were to need to require the rear yard setback, we would have significant loss both in program and parking and crucial services that are necessary, as Ms. Patterson noted, for the program and success of the services they need to provide for the city. and for the individuals. So in summary, the total parking or the total losses that would occur would be 2 parking spaces, 4 supportive office desks for the shelter, the critical family counseling office that was mentioned, multi-purpose technology room, which is meant to serve the young residents of the shelter, and the conference space access that is now serving both sides of the programmatic buildings, and 1 of the 3 outdoor patios, as well as 17 shelter beds, 2 restrooms in the laundry facility. And I just wanted to emphasize that it is 17 of the 45 beds we are proposing on level 3 that would be lost if we had to adhere to the setback requirement.
Thank you very much. And finally, is it your opinion that the requested variations are consistent with the stated purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance?
Yes, they are.
Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to call George Kissel. Mr. Kissel, please state your name, address, and profession.
Certainly. My name is George Kissel. I'm the president of Okrent Kissel Associates with offices at 141 West Jackson in Chicago. I'm a licensed architect and a certified planner with over 40 years of experience in the field of zoning and urban planning.
And am I correct that you've testified before this body before?
Too many times to count.
Thank you. And I believe the board earlier recognized your expertise.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Kissel, you were retained by the applicant to conduct an urban planning analysis of the proposal of special use and variations applications to establish a domestic violence shelter and community center with 2 accessory offices and 9 parking spaces in an RT4 residential 2-flat townhouse and multi-unit district of the subject property. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Kissel, have you prepared a report detailing your analysis, findings, and conclusions? And is that report contained in the materials submitted to the board and admitted into evidence?
I have, and it is.
And furthermore, are you aware and have you reviewed recent revisions to the plans as requested by DPD?
Yes, I have.
And with these revisions, does that change any of the conclusions in your report?
No, it does not.
And Mr. Kissel, could you please briefly describe your findings and conclusions, paying particular attention to the standards contained in the zoning ordinance for the approval of special uses and variations?
Certainly. So in arriving at the conclusions that are contained in the submitted report, I examined the land use context. I analyzed the land use characteristics of the proposed use. I evaluated the proposed development with respect to the standards for the RT4 2-flat townhouse and multi-unit district in which it's located, and I evaluated the proposal with respect to the additional criteria for the approval of special uses as well as those for variations. The report submitted contains sufficient detail and evidence in support of those conclusions. I'll be brief and just touch on the major points. With respect to the special use, the proposed development complies with all zoning standards except for variations to reduce the rear setback and to reduce the rear yard open space that we'll talk about in a minute. Granting of the special uses is in the interest of the public convenience, and that it will provide a safe and stable environment for victims of domestic violence and their children in a family-style setting while seeking to find long-term housing solutions for residents. With the community center use, will provide access to counseling, legal advocacy, family, and group therapy to residents as well as clients. As we've heard testimony by Stephanie earlier, there is certainly a need for this in the community and citywide. The use is in a transit-friendly location in the East Garfield Park community area. The subject property is part of a transitional neighborhood between existing and former industrial areas to the north and east and residential areas to the south. The block in which the subject property is located specifically contains a mixture of single and multifamily residential uses interspersed with former industrial buildings, which have largely been repurposed as uses providing services to the community. It's understood that there's some concern that's been voiced over the number of community service facilities located in East Garfield Park. As a result, we took a look at the 2020 data for community service facilities in the city by community area. East Garfield Park ranks 13th of the 72 community areas with 72 facilities within its community area. That puts East Garfield Park behind the Near West Side and the Loop, which have more than twice as many at 170 and 149 respectively. Other community areas with more facilities include the near north side, which includes River North and Old Town, Lakeview, Logan Square, and West Town, which includes Wicker Park, River West, and Ukrainian Village. All of these are desirable locations for both residents and businesses. Diving a little deeper and looking into just shelter facilities, East Garfield Park ranks tied for 7th with Lakeview with 9 facilities. Again, other desirable areas such as the Loop, the near west side, and the near north side all have more shelter facilities than East Garfield Park. Based on this analysis and also my experience with social service facilities over my 40-year career, there's no evidence that the presence of these type of facilities have a negative impact on the communities or the neighborhoods. In fact, they tend to act as stabilizing forces, particularly in areas that have experienced factors contributing to blight, such as vacancy, depressed land values, and disinvestment. Often, as has been the case with the neighboring community area immediately to the east, the near west side, community service organizations are the first wave of investment that helps stabilize communities and leads to their revitalization. Domestic violence shelters function in much the same manner as other residential uses, with active hours during daylight and less activities after sunset. The CAWC offices and community center operate between 9 and 5 on weekdays, with no more than 3 clients and 2 staff on site for the community service use and 4 to 6 for the office use. The intensity of the use is similar to the surrounding context, which consists again of a mix of residential and non-residential uses. And the proposed uses are not out of character in terms of traffic generation, hours of operation, noise, or other land use impacts. Given all of this, there will be no adverse impact on the general welfare of the community or neighborhood due to these special uses. The proposed uses will be located in an existing building. It's been stood on the subject property for almost a century. The proposed 3-story addition is in character with the existing building and the surrounding community in terms of its scale and design. It's crafted to be part of the existing urban fabric and part of a transitional RT4 zone neighborhood that is compatible with the character of the surrounding area in terms of its site planning, building scale, and project design. No changes are proposed to the subject property that would adversely affect pedestrian safety and comfort. No new curb cuts are proposed, and vehicles will access the secure parking spaces at the rear of the subject property via the public alley to the south of the subject property. The proposal calls for new window and door systems along the primary facade, improving transparency and creating a more visual connection to the pedestrian space, along with other facade improvements that will serve to enhance the pedestrian character of the elevation compared to the existing industrial elevation. As a result, the proposed uses will have no negative impact on pedestrian safety and comfort. In fact, the proposed uses, the proposed configuration will have the effect of enhancing and improving pedestrian safety and comfort. With respect to the variations and evidence of practical difficulty or particular hardship, the subject property is developed with an industrial building that was built around 1930, which was built to the rear lot line in compliance with all ordinances in place at the time it was built. In fact, as mentioned earlier by Ms. Davis, the block on which the subject property is located was zoned M12 until it was rezoned in 2018 to RT4. The placement and configuration of the existing building on the site limits options for expansion to achieve the site's development potential. Compliance with the rear yard setback provision would force a portion of the addition to be constructed over the existing single-story industrial structure. As the roof joists are designed only to bear roof loads, this configuration would require restructuring, basically demolition and rebuilding of the structural system to bear the floor loads, which would be financially infeasible. Given the foregoing, due to the nature of the context, the configuration of existing buildings on site, a legitimate practical difficulty exists in the application of the rear yard setback and the open space requirements. The proposed variations are consistent with the stated purpose of the intent of the zoning ordinance, particularly with respect to promoting public health, safety, and general welfare, preserving the overall quality of life for residents and visitors, promoting rehabilitation and reuse of older buildings, and promoting pedestrian, bicycle, and transit use, as well as maintaining a range of housing choices and options. With respect to reasonable return for a not-for-profit entity providing services for domestic violence victims, reasonable return is not measured by financial means, but rather by the ability of the entity to efficiently organize its space in order to provide the maximum amount and quality of services to its clients. Given the configuration of the existing industrial development on the subject property, the location of the developable space on the subject property, it's neither feasible nor practical to construct an addition that would comply with the rear setback and the rear yard open space standards. According to testimony by the project architect, again, compliance with the rear yard setback requirement would result in the loss of significant programmatic elements, including 2 parking spaces, 400 square feet of outdoor secure open play space, 70 shelter beds, 2 bathrooms, and a laundry facility. The practical difficulties or particular hardships are indeed due to unique circumstances of the existing structure and the site conditions, and are not generally applicable to other similarly situated property. And the variation, if granted, would not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. In fact, it will improve it. The practical difficulties or hardships are due to particular physical configuration and shape of the subject property, or legitimate hardships as distinguished from mere inconveniences. And these conditions are not applicable generally to other properties within the same zoning classification. The purpose of the variation is not based exclusively upon a desire to make more money out of the property. The variation doesn't allow the applicant any additional floor area or number of units that would otherwise be available by zoning, and the existing building and site configuration have not been created by any person having an interest in the property. The granting of the variation will not be detrimental to the public welfare or injurious to other property improvements in the neighborhood, will not impair light or air to adjacent property or increase the congestion in the public streets or the danger of fire, nor will it endanger public safety or substantially diminish property values.
I apologize. This is the court reporter. I'm so sorry. If you could slow down a little bit, Mr. Kissel, thank you.
My apologies. Unfortunately or fortunately, I've finished. So based on the foregoing, it is respectfully submitted that the proposal is consistent with all applicable standards for special uses and variations. The proposal will have no adverse impact, and that no public surface purpose of any kind would be served by its denial.
Thank you, Mr. Kissel. And that concludes my 3 witnesses. Mr. Chair, if you'd like to direct the board to ask any questions, or if you'd like to hear from Mr. Marks at this time, either way. But that's...
Are there any questions from the board? All right, let's go to the supporters next. Let's start with Linda Tortolero.
Yes, thank you, board, for your time today. Buenas noches, good evening. My name is Linda Tortolero, and I support this project of Connections for Abused Women and Children, known as CAWC. I am president and CEO of Mujeres Latinas en Acción, Illinois' only culturally specific Latina domestic violence and sexual assault organization. We provide culturally competent counseling, therapy, and court advocacy services in Spanish and English. I also serve as a member of the city's gender-based violence implementation task force. Mujeres is fortunate enough to enjoy a decades-long partnership with CAWC, built on our knowledge that their staff cares greatly for survivors and provide them holistic, culturally competent care. Survivors who come to Mujeres greatly benefit from our partnership with CAWC because they have an emergency shelter, which we do not. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the need to expand dignified accommodations for survivors and children, especially Black and Latina families. In 2022, domestic violence providers located in Chicago reported that 164 Latina adults and 93 children received emergency shelter services, a 10% increase from the previous year. Also in 2022, CAWC provided emergency shelter services to a total of 302 clients, 139 adults, and 163 children. Among them, nearly 1/3, or 97 individuals, identified as Latina, including 38 adults and 59 children. Moreover, this project highlights the thoughtfulness and care of CAWC to expand compassionate support to survivors. Everything from warm meeting areas for group counseling, a technology center, an animal facility, outdoor spaces, and a play area demonstrate what Chicago can do for those who have faced violence firsthand. Without a doubt, Chicago would benefit greatly from the project's centralized location in the city. Survivors would travel less distances and be nearer to their loved ones and neighborhoods. Our city's survivors should have access to safety and warmth close to where they live and know. I strongly urge you to support CAWC's project. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Char Rivette.
Yes, Char Rivette. Hi, good evening. Thank you, commissioners. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Chicago Children's Advocacy Center, and I am here to support CAWC's request to build this new building at 3311 West Carroll Avenue. Chicago Children's Advocacy Center is a not-for-profit in the Illinois Medical District. We partner with the Chicago Police Department, Department of Children and Family Services, the Cook County State's Attorney's Office, and Lurie Children's Hospital to collaboratively investigate all cases of child sexual abuse in the city of Chicago. We also work with other types of violence against children, such as witness to domestic violence, with witness to homicide, or other types of child abuse. So we are one of the organizations in the city of Chicago that work closely with a very broad network of organizations such as CAWC that provide services to children and adults who are dealing on a daily basis with domestic violence and other types of community violence. We are very supportive of the plan for CAWC to expand into this space at 3311 West Carroll Avenue. We know for a fact that domestic violence cases are common, or should I say that the children that are coming to Chicago CAC for the investigative services, a very large percentage of those children are living in family environments where domestic violence is also occurring. The co-occurrence of these two abusive and violent situations makes it necessary to have organizations like CAWC that provide a holistic approach to families, holistic in both shelter services, but also mental health services and community-based services. We also know that where we're located in the Illinois Medical District, we're central, we're easy for families and individuals to get to no matter where they live in the city, because we serve the entire city of Chicago. And when Stephanie told us that they were looking at building this space, in a pretty close proximity to us, we were thrilled, because we know that about 10% of the cases that we see at Chicago CAC, we see about 2,500 cases a year. They come from the surrounding area. They come from the zip codes that are right in the East Garfield Park area and just south of there. So we know that this would be a perfect location just to help us when we're seeking services for the kids that are coming in for investigations of trauma. We know too that CAWC is just a reputable organization. They've been around, as you heard, for many, many years. We have been partnering with them for almost 20 years as we've existed as an organization. We count on them to help our families and help our kids go through the worst time in their lives. And we know that we can work with each other effectively to help each other to just face this horrible situation that we have in Chicago with domestic violence. We know that it's a scourge on the city, and we want to and can work together effectively to fight this problem. So we do support this new space. We feel like it's a trauma-informed, safe, appropriate, wonderful environment for our kids and families. And we do hope that the zoning board will accept it as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda Pyron.
Hi, good evening. Thanks so much for having me. I'm Amanda Pyron. I'm the executive director of the Network Advocating Against Domestic Violence. The Network is a collaborative membership-based organization that counts all three nonprofits that you have on the call tonight as members. In our role, we advocate, educate, and organize to end gender-based violence in the city of Chicago, Cook County, and beyond. And as part of that role, we look at systemic issues. We look at what neighborhoods and communities need to end gender-based violence where they're located. We also operate the Illinois Domestic Violence Hotline, which provides a crisis response to survivors of domestic violence across the state of Illinois, but most prominently right here in Chicago. In fact, our hotline staff are located on the west side of Chicago, not far from CAWC, and they work closely with CAWC's advocates to make sure that survivors have access to housing, to services, to legal services, 24/7 a day, 24/7, 365, kind of the length of time we feel like we've all been here, right? So apologies for that, but we all provide our services around the clock. And we're happy to partner with CAWC, and we know how critical it is that they get this new shelter in a neighborhood that has the access points that you've heard earlier this evening. We also know that services in neighborhoods are protective factors. In fact, when you look at homicide statistics for 2022, you'll see that Garfield Park has the highest rates of domestic violence homicides in the city. We've done analysis and we know that neighborhoods that have domestic violence services located in that neighborhood have lower rates of domestic violence homicides. So we know if CAWC moves into the Garfield Park area, that they'll have a huge impact on that neighborhood and eventually reduce the number of domestic violence homicides experienced by individuals in Garfield Park. So we're happy to see them move into a neighborhood that has no domestic violence services. It may have other services, but all services aren't created equal. And we know that residents of Garfield Park are dying every day because of domestic violence. And we want CAWC in this neighborhood to help mitigate the harm. We also know that 1,140 individuals, including 659 children, were turned away from shelter last year in the city of Chicago. On average, there's 3 or 4 days a month where there are no available shelter beds in the city. And we're sending clients from the hotline to places as far away as Aurora or Kankakee or McHenry County. We need services for Chicagoans in Chicago, and there are no services in Garfield Park. It's so essential that CAWC moves into this neighborhood, reduces homicides, and makes sure that the number of survivors who are turned away from services in 2023 is far fewer than it was in 2022. Thank you so much for your time. I'm excited about this project. I'm really, really hopeful it can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes the testimony of the supporters. We are now going to go to the objector. Gary Marks, if you could unmute and tell us why you're in objection.
First, Chairman, I'm quite surprised I'm sitting here by myself because I don't know anybody. You know, my wife and I have lived on the block. Like I said, we live at 3335. We've lived here for almost 10 years and, you know, are pretty close to our neighbors. And I forget the CAWC's chairman's name, but I was at the meeting at the church where she first presented the project. And I think you would have been very hard pressed, and it was residents were at the meeting. I think you'd be extremely hard pressed to find anybody who was in favor of it. Nobody doubted the need for domestic violence shelters. Nobody doubted what they do, what the importance of it in this community and throughout the city. It's the block. We across the street from it, we have the Breakthrough Women's Shelter, which, you know, is a very needed thing. It's been here. I think it's called the Joshua Center or it's Breakthrough runs it. They opened up a pantry next to it. They opened up a huge community center at the other end of the block. And it's what the opposition on this block is. And I don't know if it's a time to ask questions, but so many of my neighbors who contacted me said, well, I'm going to write. So I've been on this call with you and I'm amazed at your stamina since this morning. And I see there's no letters that are read during the proceedings. So I don't know if there's a time where the board actually reviews those things. I know we sent them, the alderman sent us a letter saying, I think it was ZAB@cityofchicago.org is where we sent the letter. And I know there's dozens of letters from this block in opposition. And we were all very excited when Alderman changed the zoning to residential, because it's okay, well, you know, we have so much empty land here. You know, we need housing built. If we're gonna, Mr. Kissel was talking about the blight in the neighborhood and, you know, the lack of services and one of the main things that we need here is residents. We need people living here. If we're going to have any businesses, we have no grocery stores, we have no bars, we have no restaurants, we have no clothing stores, we have almost nothing. Carroll's one of the nicest, quietest blocks here, but we all deal with 3 times a week as the shelter, which it's there, it's fine. But it means 100 people line up every 3 days. And the women's shelter, as a result of drugs, of mental illness, of whatever the reasons are, I don't think a week goes by where police, fire, or ambulance are not on the block. And the idea for, and I was going to ask the director too, it's like, that other social services organizations support other social service organizations, I understand, but did you get any letters from anybody who actually lives, who's going to be impacted by the existence of this place? I mean, if you build around the corner on Lake Street, there's acres and acres of vacant land all throughout this neighborhood crying for things to be built on it. So the idea that, one of our existing and even when Mr. Kissel said, we rank wherever in terms of domestic violence support or things like that, I don't doubt we do. But if you ranked our neighborhood in terms of walkability, a million other things, access to just all the kinds of things you'd like to see in a neighborhood, for just livability, we might be 13th, I think he said, in domestic violence, but we're 100th in everything else. So the idea, and again, like I say, on this block that already has the pantry, that already has the shelter, that already has a huge community center, which is great. I mean, it's got a gym, it's great, but it's like, why are we the only block? I mean, we're also there's vacant land right to the west across the street. I think it's going to be 14. It was originally going to be 14 affordable housing units. And now I think Breakthrough bought more land. So maybe it's going to be 20. So the right west of this project, I'm sure there's going to be parking requirements for that. But, in terms of congestion, we just went through the roof. I've been working in Bronzeville. I'm a contractor. I've been working in Bronzeville lately. And when I just see the development there, it's housing, both affordable and just beautiful architect built. And I see the emerging businesses there. It's like, wow, what about us? So I'm gonna read, if you don't mind, just one, one of my tenants sent me his letter, and I thought he summed it up. I'm writing in opposition to the development of the proposed domestic violence shelter. I've resided at 3337 for nearly 8 years and lived on the block for closer to 12 years. In that time, I cannot count the number of times the police, fire, and ambulance have been called to Breakthrough for mental health episodes at all hours of the day and night. The mere thought of having another such facility directly across the street from the pre-existing one is absolutely ludicrous in theory and careless in vision to my neighbors, their families, and myself. There are countless vacant parcels of land all over the west side that could serve as the location for this much needed facility. There's no reason that Carroll Avenue between Keswick and Homan needs to be the mecca for so many social services. So and like I say, that was exactly expressed at the church meeting where everybody was at. I spoke to the owner of the right in front of the picture that I'm looking at here, and to the east a little bit are two vacant lands. I talked to, it's my mason who owns them. And he said, well, no, because I'm trying to build a place for people just to live. This is not something that's going to help me, go through the expense of building. He's going to build 3 or 4 units, and he owns one lot, his partner owns the other lot. They're just not going to build. So it's to tell me there's no negative impact of just of concentrating so many services on one block. I disagree. So but I would love to, know whether because I know I just, I thought I didn't expect to be speaking. I thought I was going to be, standing in line to just say, I agree with what he said. One of my neighbors down the street farther in front of Breakthrough, he spoke beautifully at the church about his opposition, and he said he wrote, I just called him and said, why aren't you on the Zoom meeting? He said, well, I sent a letter. So I'm just hoping that when everything is reviewed, that the voices, the people who actually live here, not just go to, and the church, I mean, it's great. I mean, Leon is a wonderful guy. He's great. He's a great pastor, and again, do I doubt that there's need in Garfield Park for services? Not at all. But the letters of support from the church, I don't think they're from people living on this block, or that you got some referrals, I believe you said, of clients. I don't doubt that you did, but I don't think they came from here. So it's just, that's my, and I feel like, I'm in opposition. It's like, well, I'm for domestic violence. It's like, no, that's not the case. It's just a question of concentration and density of services when, oh my God, if somebody would build a building where people could live and we maybe would start to get enough people living here that somebody would dare to open a business. I mean, that's what excites me. That's what I'm hoping for in this neighborhood, because we need everything, absolutely everything. But safety on this block is not, and Breakthrough is not a safety. I mean, occasionally there are people who are very aggressive, but, the shelter it's not a safety. It's just the police show up, the fire department shows up, and the ambulance shows up a couple times a week. So it's a little disturbing. So that's what I've got to say, Chairman. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Stephen Vance joined. Stephen, if you could unmute. Are you here in support or objection?
I'm here in support.
Okay, we actually got through the supporters already, and we're just finishing up with the objectors.
Right.
But I will, if you can say something briefly.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you for recognizing me. My name is Stephen Vance. I'm a urban planner, but I'm not just.
I apologize. Can you state your name and address, please?
Yes. My name is Stephen Vance. Vance is spelled V-A-N-C-E. My address is 3217 West Walnut. It is a 2-flat that I own within 3 blocks of the proposed use, in midst of a gut rehab.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
So I own the 2-flat at 3217. I'm in the midst of a gut rehab to add a 3rd unit. I intend to rent 1 or 2 of those units to people who already live in the neighborhood or want to move into East Garfield Park. So I agree with Gary Marks that more retail is needed in the neighborhood, but this use does not preclude, inhibit, or occupy any land that could be used for retail or other services in the future. The proposed use is residential for families experiencing domestic violence, who will then have access to other amenities like the conservatory, inspiration kitchens, open space at Garfield Park, the Breakthrough Familyplex, getting takeout from the hatchery, as well as benefiting from the wonderful transportation provided by the 2 nearby Green Line stations. So also, as a property owner and someone deeply familiar with the standards for approving a special use, I have absolutely no concerns about negative impacts to any potential negative impacts to the neighborhood that might arise from this use. That concludes my testimony.
Thank you. Okay, Councilor Noonan, rebuttal and brief closing.
Sure, I'll keep it brief. I've got 1 question for George Kissel. Mr. Kissel, You've heard objections about the concentration of services on this block in particular and the lack of retail and other businesses. Could you speak to that a bit?
Sure. So, it's important to kind of differentiate the types of services that exist on the block and the type that's being proposed here. This isn't the type of walk-up shelter where you have people standing in line and you're discharged after 12 hours. This is a more akin to a residential setting in a residential use where it functions in that fashion, as I mentioned earlier in my testimony. There are a few there. This block does have the situation where you have these obsolete industrial buildings that aren't really suitable for conversion to residential, given their size or configuration and their state. So, this is actually the perfect adaptive reuse, which is kind of a mix of institutional and residential use coming together on the site, stabilizing it, adding more eyes on the street, and really kind of filling in a hole on the block. With respect to other potential uses on the block, you have to understand that Carroll is a one-way street westbound with a single lane. The volumes of traffic that you get on this block are not enough where any commercial or retail development would be attracted to this area. So, with limited potential for this site, I think it's just absolutely a perfect fit, notwithstanding the fact that there are other community service organizations on the block, but those provide certainly different services than what's being provided here. And this the proposed use is certainly different in character from those uses, and I think it's absolutely appropriate for this location.
Thank you, Mr. Kissel. Mr. Chair, that concludes our testimony unless the board has any further questions.
Are there any questions from the board?
I had one, but I think I just got it answered, so I think I'm good.
Okay. Okay, great. So with that, we will take this under advisement. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, commissioners. Thanks for everybody who came on. Really appreciate the time, patience, stamina, everything. Have a good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I move that we convene into closed session pursuant to section 2C4 of the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of considering the evidence and testimony presented in open session. For those viewing by live stream, we will return from our closed session and the live stream will continue at that point. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes. We're in closed session. Okay, I move that we return to open session. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, and we're back. Okay, we will now vote. Note that any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department and any additional conditions read by me. First, I move to approve all continuance requests to the dates stated by me. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes. The continuances are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 76-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. Before we continue, Commissioner Brooks, there's an echo that we're getting every time you say yes, we get yes. So it's kind of making me laugh. I don't know if there's a way to fix that, but okay. I move to approve application for calendar number 77-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 78-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 79-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 80-23-S and 81-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Recuse myself.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 82-23-S and 83-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 84-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 88-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Sorry, I froze. Are you on me? Yes.
Yes. Okay. Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes. The matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 89-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes. The matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 90-23-Z and 91-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes. The matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 92-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes. The matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 93-23-Z and 94-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes. The matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 95-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 97-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 99-23-Z, 100-23-Z, and 101-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 102-23-Z and 103-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 104-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 106-23-Z and 107-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 108-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks? Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 109-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 110-23-S and 111-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 112-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 113-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 116-23-S and 117-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 11-23-S. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 12-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 15-23-S, 16-23-S, and 17-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar numbers 24-23-S, 25-23-S, 26-23-Z, and 27-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve the written resolutions containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board for the board's January 20th, 2023 regular meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes. The resolutions are approved. I move to approve the written resolutions containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board for the board's February 17, 2023 regular meeting, with the exception of board calendar numbers 49-23-Z, 50-23-Z, 56-23-S, and 57-23-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes. The resolutions are approved. I move that we adjourn the meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for the long night. I really appreciate it.
Have a good weekend.